assassin every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. With a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair, just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong, can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, 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 oh. It started with a chat, just a few of us there, talking about life and the stuff we all share. From kids to chaos and the mess we make, we bonded over laughs and every mistake. From bad hair days to a joke or two, no topic was off limits, nothing taboo. We laughed till we cried, had each other's backs. A sisterhood formed in the middle of tracks. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From late night texts to early morning calls, we've been through it all, big and small. From talking fashion to the crazy stuff, we've got each other's backs when life gets tough. We send memes and pics of the day gone wrong and the occasional "can you believe this song?" We share everything, no secrets to keep, like a wild dream that we never want to sleep. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From Tennessee, where the music plays, to sweet tea nights and lazy days. From England's hills to the country roads, our sisterhood's a bond that forever grows. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Tashi, hello. She's going to be home in time for this. I'm so happy about it. Darlene, look, first hop to you guys, straight, coming at us straight from Australia. So welcome to the Aussies. Always here for me. Thank you so much. I'm a little weepy. Hold on. I'm gonna try to get through all this. Let me turn off this music because it's making me even sadder. Okay. Um, hello, Detour. Good to see you, love bug. Thank you everybody for being here. I got some pretty bad news. Not even 15 minutes before I went live. I'm going to tell you something that doesn't match up with what my title is, but it is what it is. God's always shown up for me, and I am so grateful because, you know, we do all have real lives off of this machine, and sometimes great things are happening and sometimes pretty bad things happen. But one thing I can always say is that God protects me, and um, um, I'm just grateful that I have the people in my life that are on this machine that show up for me day in and day out, and are my therapy. And you know, people don't always know what's going on in my life. God uses you as a blessing to me. So I want to thank you all so much for being here. And I hope that somehow this channel helps you in some sort of way as well. That when you're having really, really tough times and you get that bad news, that you can come here and get away from it for even just a little while. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. April, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Ma Barb is in the house, y'all, all the way from Tucson, Arizona. Boots on the ground out there for Nancy Guthrie. She is the well-loved matriarch of this channel, and I will not do this without her by my side. All right. You know what? We're going to go because if not, I'm going to be a crying mess on here, and I don't want to do it. I'll do that later. I'm just going to hang out with you guys. We're going to do this. That's what you guys came for. That's what I'm here for. Let's just do it together. Before I bring up the trial, I want to give you guys just a little bit for those that don't know what trial this is. Thankfully, you're going to be happy to know this trial lasts less amount of time than Jodi Arias did on the stand. I'm still blown away. 18 days. We listened to 18 days of court testimony out of a liar's mouth. This whole trial lasted less than 18 days, and that is including her lawyers and her saying that she was too insane to stand trial for this. So, hi, Alex. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. So including all of the testimony from the doctors that says, no, you're quite fine. You can stand trial. Including that, it's less time for this case than it was just to listen to Jodi Arias's mouth. Remember, while we're listening to this, you guys, there's a difference in being insane and being mentally ill. There's a difference in being insane and a difference in being evil. There's a difference in mentally ill and actually having demons inside you that you can't control. And that's where we're at in this case. Do I think the girl has some mental illness going on? Absolutely. Yeah. Do I think her mental illness is what made her cause this atrocious crime? No. Do I think people use mental illness way too much in their lives for bad things that they do? Yeah. Coming from someone who has high functioning depression and anxiety, listen, I know right from wrong. And I know myself enough that if I'm struggling that there are certain places and things and people I shouldn't be around. So I'm no different than anybody else. If you know right from wrong, then figure yourself out and because none of us are 100% alike in our illnesses. We may be diagnosed with the same things, but I guarantee you most of our triggers are something completely different. So figure out who you are and stay away from those things if you can help it. And definitely don't come at me with, I got depressed, so I killed somebody. Really? Okay. That's not going to work for me, nor is it going to work on most juries because, listen, they are well aware in the court system that the first thing people want to claim is mental illness or insanity to not have to stand trial or be accountable for your own deeds. We're coming around pretty good with that stuff. So let's go ahead and I'm going to break it down for you guys. For those that don't know about this case, for those that do, just sit on the back and wave me on and wish me well as I cover this case of Taylor Shabusiness. And it was called the House of Horrors, you guys. That's why it's labeled that. So let me give you a quick overview. Taylor Shabusiness is a Wisconsin woman sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In February 2022, murder, decapitation, and dismemberment of 24-year-old Shad Thyrion. Now, that's just the nice things that she did, if you will. I'm being facetious. For those of you that don't know who I am, 90% of everything comes out of my mouth is sarcasm. It's just being nice to Wikipedia or putting it on the net. You know, they're not telling you about all the stuff she did, but we're going to find out. Her conviction and sentencing in July 2023, a jury found Shabusiness guilty on all 3 counts of first-degree intentional homicide, which in Wisconsin is a mandatory life sentence, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. That should give you a little bit more about what this case is about and what they didn't tell you at the beginning. The jury also rejected her not guilty by reason of insanity defense, concluding she was of sound mind at the time of the crime. At her sentencing on September 26, 2023, the judge added an additional 18 years to her life sentence for the dismemberment and sexual assault charge to ensure she remains in prison. Here's the crime, according to court documents and testimony. Incident: Shabusiness strangled Thyrion. There's different ways to say his name that I've heard. Whatever comes out of my mouth is the right way to say it at the time. She strangled Thyrion during a meth-fueled sexual encounter in his mother's Green Bay basement. After his death, she used kitchen knives to decapitate and dismember his body. Thyrion's mother discovered her son's severed head in a bucket in the basement. Other parts of his body were found in bags and in a nearby van. Here's some recent developments since she was locked away, you guys, for this. She had a prison assault in 2024 and 2025 while serving her life sentence at, I can't even pronounce, Tachita. Y'all Wisconsians, you let me know how to say that word. Correctional Institute. Shabusiness attacked a prison sergeant in July 2024 during a medical visit for a staple lodged in her arm. She got a new sentence on December 1st, 2025. She was sentenced to an additional 90 days in jail for this attack to be served consecutively with her life sentence. Her courtroom behavior. Shabusiness became notorious for violent outbursts during hearings, including attacking her own defense attorneys on 2 separate occasions. Once in February 2023 and again in April 2025. In later hearings, she was required to be restrained in a wheelchair. Appeal dismissed. She briefly appealed her homicide conviction, but voluntarily dismissed it in June 2025. So there you have it. That is the roundabout of the case. That's about what we're going to be covering. You're going to hear a lot more in this trial. This is the one and only time I will give you a trigger warning. We are an over 18 channel. Mods, they know that if they suspect anybody of being underage or mentally incapable of handling this, they will be blocked from the channel. Also, this is your one and only warning that this is a very, very violent and disgusting case, and protect your own mental health. If you cannot handle a lot of that stuff, it totally understandable to me. Come back on the next one that we do, I hope. So there is your guys' warning. Please adhere to them. Protect yourself. I cannot protect you from this. I want to also, let me take a roll call really, really quick. Hi, Trisha. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Mike H. So good to see you. It's 12:32 here in West Virginia. Same time here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm in Indiana. We're on the same time. Tashi, it's much later for her. I saw the video on this. She's 100% psychotic. Yes. But even more than that, Tech, I believe that she has demons. I really do. She had sex with his body after she killed him. Just put it right on out there, Trisha. Girl, go ahead. That's my girl. Yes. There is that. It's a fucked up case, but you're going to be interested. Yes. I can't imagine being the mom who discovered him like that. Can you imagine? Oh, I know. Please hit the like button. Yeah, listen, that's all I ever ask of this channel. You guys don't have to do nothing else. Please just hit the like button, you guys. The right people will find the channel who need to be here, or who want to be here, who likes my jam. Tashi, to say the least, according to Leanie. All right, let's get to it, you guys. I want to give you guys just a little teaser, if you do not mind, of what these lawyers had to deal with. Listen, if you ask me, this shit right here is on purpose. Purpose meaning that I believe people who are, there are some people that go to court that abuse the hell out of lawyers because it extends their time in the county jail. That's just what I believe. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I can't tell you that for sure, but there's there are people that do want to stay in the county jail rather than go into the pen. In my view, she did this shit on purpose. I'm just going to show you one time that she did attack one of her defense lawyers in court. And you can tell that, to me, it looked like totally on purpose. She was doing it to spend more time in the county jail, if you ask me, because she looks right at the camera to make sure the camera was on her when she did this. Let me make it bigger. This is just a little teaser that we're going to see. And check out what she's, this is the stuff she's good at, y'all. Watch your ears, y'all. I cannot control your volume.
Stop it. Rachel, call.
Taylor, relax, Taylor.
Good, stop.
She's got your cord.
I'm not there.
Clear the courtroom.
And that's just one of them. The other one that I saw, I played the wrong one, but the other one that I saw was just as bad, but she actually looks into the cameras and then she attacked. Listen, that's a dangerous, dangerous situation. That's a very dangerous situation. And I mean, y'all, she was in shackles. She had feet shackles on, and she had her hands shackled as well. When she finally attacked the second defense attorney, about almost a year later, I think it was, that's when they started putting her in a wheelchair and shackling her to the wheelchair and put a spit mask over her face because she's evil, y'all. She's evil. Yeah, where is the backup, Alex? Well, they learned really quick that sometimes they just think, we got her in feet shackles, we got her in her arms are shackled. Did you see how far apart those shackles were on her feet? I mean, she could run. I couldn't run, but she could. Hi, Possum the cat. So that's just a little teaser of what this woman does. Yeah, she fought the law and the law won. That's about right. I can't remember how she is, but she's in her 20s. Let me give you guys just a court overview real quick before we start this, and then I will shut the hell up and let the court speak for me. Here's some trial notes for you guys. Introduction, outside the jury, the presence of the jury. That's about 8 minutes that we're going to listen to that. Then the jury's going to enter, and then we're going to have the state opening a statement. You guys, that's only like 13 minutes long. Remember Juan Martinez's and Kirk Nermy's? I'm telling you, they were like boom, boom, boom. They were getting us out of the way. So then we're gonna listen to the defense opening, and then they're gonna have a state witness number one, which is Amy Shannon, which is going to be the dispatcher. We're going to hear the dispatch, and we're going to hear the 911 call. So they're going to have the dispatcher on the stand. And then state witness number two is going to be Officer Alex Winish. And then we're going to have some body cam footage that's going to be shown, you guys. And then we're going to have another officer on the stand. Actually, it looks like two more officers on the stand. Then we're going to hear from Steve Hendricks, the boyfriend of the victim's mother, who is the one that actually called 911. And then we're going to have the victim's mother, that Shad Thyrion's mother, is going to be on the stand. Those are the court TV trial notes that we're going to hear. And so there you have it. We're going to go ahead and start. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate you. Do me a favor, hit the thumbs up. That's all I ask you. Put your seat back. Buckle up. This one's going to be a wild ride. I promise you that. We're going to be, what? This stuff really happens, you guys? Okay, here we go. Let's get this on the screen. Let's get going here. All right, there's that. Let's pull this up. Like I said, the first 8 minutes is going to be without the jury present. They're just doing some court business. And then from there, the jury's coming in and it's all going to break off. All right, watch your ears, guys. I can't control your volume. Here we go.
Then considers things like the admissibility of this testimony in that phase. The court doesn't necessarily need to view it from that same level of protection that's typically entitled to a defendant when they have a constitutional right to present a defense. And I certainly can cite case law for the court on that point. State v. Maggot is instructive on that. 2014 WI 67 essentially talks in great deal about the bifurcated process and the rights that a defendant is entitled to as it relates to that NGI presentation.
Okay. Well, I received the report this morning, so I haven't even had a chance to review it. So at the risk of hearing all the same arguments again, which I don't want to do, Mr. Freilich, any response to any of that at this particular point?
Yes. I had been in contact with Dr. O'Donnell. He had to review information and he gave me an opinion for trial. That's what the court wanted me to do. I received that. I suppose we could take this up. I'd ask that we take it up at a later date. We're here to do phase one. This would apply to phase two, if it even gets to that point. But I haven't had a much of an opportunity to review all of the documentation that was provided. But I know that Dr. O'Donnell apparently has testified in the state of Illinois with regards to the NGI plea and toxicity and opinions on the toxicology of methamphetamine. So all of that, I think we could take up at a later point. I know today we're here for the fact-finding part of this case. Thank you.
Okay, well, we will take it up at a different time. Okay, then as soon as the jury arrives, we'll get underway. I will instruct them with 601, as I had indicated to the parties I was going to do, and then we'll get underway with opening statements. As I indicated on Friday, opening statements will be limited to 30 minutes each. You'll get a warning at about when you have about 5 minutes left. And anything else from the state? From the defense, Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, then we are in recess until the jury is assembled. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a good weekend. First thing we're going to do here this morning is administer the juror's oath. So I'm going to ask all of you to stand up and raise your right hand.
You and each of you do solemnly swear that you will well and truly try the issue between the plaintiff and the defendant and a true verdict give according to law and the evidence in court, so help you God.
Have a seat. The next thing I want to do, ladies and gentlemen, is briefly explain to you about the process. We have obviously 16 jurors. There's only going to be 12 that are going to be in deliberations. For those of you who aren't familiar with that process, we have a number of alternates. The purpose of an alternate is to ensure that if someone takes ill or can't return or for any reason finds that they can no longer participate in the process, we will continue to have 12. Because if we drop below 12, the trial has to end and we need to start over. That's why we have 4 extra. At the end of the first phase of this trial, the computer will randomly select 4 of you who are going to be excused and won't participate in the deliberations. That's the purpose of the alternate, and that's the purpose of having 16 instead of 12 right off the bat. I gave you a number of instructions on Friday. And I want to give you one more instruction here this morning to help you better understand the process. In this case, Taylor Shabusiness has entered 2 pleas to the charges in this case, not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. The law requires that the issues raised by the 2 pleas be decided in a continuous trial that is separated into 2 phases. Your verdict will be taken at the end of each phase. You are to consider only the issues presented to you during each phase. You are not to consider any issues other than those presented to you for each verdict. In the first phase of the trial, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is guilty of the charges of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. You will make this determination solely upon the facts which deal with the actual incident alleged in the information. During this first phase, you will not be asked to determine whether at the time of the incident, the defendant was suffering from mental disease or defect. If, after the first phase of the trial, you find the defendant not guilty, the trial will be over. If you find the defendant guilty, the trial will move to a second phase. During the second phase, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is responsible for criminal conduct. Wisconsin law provides that a person is not responsible for criminal conduct if at the time it was committed, the person had a mental disease or defect and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform the conduct to the requirements of the law. If the trial proceeds into this second phase, you will be instructed more fully as to your duties at that time. We'll now begin the first phase of the trial, and I again caution you that this first phase is concerned solely with the question of whether the defendant committed the crimes of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault as set forth in the information. The lawyers will now make opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. Having said that, Mr. Saunders, are you prepared to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning. The evidence in this case will show that in the early morning of February 22nd of 2022, the defendant strangled her friend Shad Thyrion to death using a dog collar. That after he was dead, engaged in sexual acts with him, his body, subsequently dismembered him using kitchen knives found in the home. Over the next few days, in the first phase of trial, the state of Wisconsin, myself, District Attorney Lassay, will present a number of witnesses who will testify about what happened in this case, and that'll show and demonstrate to you that the defendant committed these acts. You'll hear testimony and evidence will show that in the early morning of February 23rd, is a Tuesday, kind of a normal cold February in Wisconsin, at a house on Stony Brook Lane. It's sort of, if you know the area, the west side of Green Bay, Fireman's Park, West Mason Street, that area. Tara Package is kind of in her home and is awoken by a storm door shutting. There's a door that's sort of abuts the garage, driveway to the residence, normal single-family home in the area. Hears a storm door close and is awoken from sleep. It's early morning, 2:30, 3 a.m., somewhere in there. She goes and gets up. It kind of wakes her up, and she's aware at that point that her son, Shad, was in the basement with a friend, Taylor. They had been over the day before, February 22nd, February 21st, in that time frame. And she kind of goes and sees what's going on, right? We hear this noise late in the night, early in the morning, and she sees the basement light is on. At that point, she's aware that, they were down there throughout the day of the 22nd, and she goes down and sees, because the light's on in the basement, and she's seeing what's going on. And you'll see sort of the scene, sort of go down the stairs to a normal basement. It's partially finished on one half, partially like a utility area, laundry, that kind of storage area. And right next to the stairs, there's a 5-gallon bucket that you'd get at a home center. And she lifts a towel that's covering the bucket. It's like a beach towel. And unfortunately, sees essentially a mother's worst nightmare, that her son's head is in the bucket. Understandably, you'll hear testimony about that and the shock that caused. Tara goes and talks to her boyfriend who lives in the home, Steve. You'll hear from him. He goes and checks too, and ultimately they call 911. And that's how this case comes to be. You'll hear from the officers this morning, likely, who arrived on scene and what they observed, obviously confirming the information that was reported to law enforcement about Shad's circumstances, how they find the bucket, and it has parts of Shad as well as knives. You'll hear about, at that point, a relative lack of other indicia of a crime occurred. It's not significant amount of blood on the walls and on the floor. There's some, you'll hear about that, but it takes law enforcement time to see what actually happened, the full extent of what the defendant did in this case. By that point, they're actually interviewing the defendant, and she's providing them information that, no, Shad's still in the basement. The rest of him is still in the basement. And ultimately, you'll hear about what officers find in that basement. There's, as I mentioned, the living area has some mattresses, blood-soaked. Once you remove the blankets, other clothing items. There's a tote, a teal tote, kind of a larger Tupperware that has knives as well as body parts of Shad. There's bags, a sort of duffel bag type item, a backpack, all of which contain parts of Shad's body, as well as knives that were used in the dismemberment. And you'll hear all about that. The officers who responded on scene and processed the evidence, ultimately locating the parts of Shad. You'll hear about then other things that are found. Signs of methamphetamine use, which the defendant later acknowledges happened with her and Shad right before this crime occurred. Cleaning products. As I mentioned, you may have an idea in your head of this crime and what that looks like and what law enforcement would encounter when they got there, and you'll see what actually encountered. You'll hear about Clorox wipes and how the defendant would go to the shower and sort of clean up and use a squeegee and clean up the scene. You'll hear about the medical examiner and their team who arrive and are dealing with this situation, and it's determined that not all of Shad is located in the basement. There's certain parts that are missing, and ultimately in the van that the defendant is driving, gold minivan, there's additional legs of Shad found in that van. You'll hear from Dr. Vincent Tranquita. He's our medical examiner at the time, and he will testify about cause and manner of death. And you'll hear about the cause being strangulation. Significant force applied to the neck, significant signs of strangulation that you'll hear about, and then ultimately, obviously, a significant amount of dismemberment after the fact. You'll hear Dr. Tranquita talk about that. That's all happening at Stony Brook. And 23rd, throughout that day, you'll hear about significant investigation that goes on at that house. And then you'll hear about then, a few hours after that initial 911 call, how law enforcement kind of gets word that, Shad was with the defendant, Ms. Shabusiness, before this offense, and that they locate her at her apartment on Eastman Avenue, sort of on the other side of Green Bay, east side. Encountered as she's leaving the apartment that she shares with another person. And you'll see that encounter, how the defendant is essentially literally caught red-handed, blood on her hands. There's a significant knife wound that she talks about later was suffered in the course of the crimes. There's blood on her clothing. There's black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. And she talks with law enforcement for a pretty significant amount of time. Detective David Groff, who's seated at counsel table here, interviews the defendant along with another detective, and they start to learn more about what happened in this case and sort of the hours leading up to the crimes. Again, it's a significant and lengthy interview, and the defendant's providing information that you'll see jives with what law enforcement's encountering in that basement. She admits to, as I mentioned, methamphetamine use before this. She and Shad were sort of hanging out beforehand. They were friends from school back in the day, and it seems like they were in a friendly state at the time of this offense. And you'll hear then they go to the Stony Brook Lane home and go to the basement. They're let in by Steve. You'll hear about that in the early morning of the 22nd. You'll hear the defendant describe that what apparently begins as a somewhat sexual encounter escalates to a dog collar being placed around Shad's neck. And the defendant quite vividly describes what she then did. She's yanking on the chain. She's describing what's happening to Shad. It's evidence that you'll hear, and you'll hear it from the defendant's own mouth, that shows that this is an intentional act. It's not one pull of a gun trigger. It's an intense act. You'll hear about that from Vincent Tranquita, Dr. Tranquita as well. She's pulling harder, just hoping that he eventually passes, and it takes a significant amount of time. It takes several minutes. So you'll hear her say. After that, after Shad's deceased, she describes what she then does with his body, again, engaging in sexual acts, ultimately dismembering him quite significantly. She reports that afterwards, that law enforcement would have fun finding all the body parts that are located throughout the basement, told law enforcement where to find certain body parts. Like I said, it wasn't obvious to law enforcement who initially respond to that basement what happened. It's information being provided by the defendant that later is corroborated by law enforcement. You'll hear the defendant admit to cleaning up, avoiding guilt, avoiding responsibility for this. You'll hear her talk about that. You'll see the signs of that, as I mentioned earlier. That dismemberment process takes that entire day of the 22nd, essentially. As I mentioned, Tara wakes up to Taylor leaving at about 2:33 a.m. on the 23rd. The investigation doesn't stop there, despite the defendant's confessions. Law enforcement continues. They send DNA to the lab, and it confirms the accounts that we're getting here. Blood on the defendant's hands, left and right hands, or Shad's. Blood on the knives, some of the knives that are used is Shad's. The clothing item, as I mentioned, the black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, has red substances, blood on the sweatpants, all consistent with what happened, with the defendant's statements, with what law enforcement's seeing. So this case is really not a whodunit. You'll hear about the crimes that clearly occurred. You'll hear the defendant's statement saying, yep, I did it. And you have DNA evidence and other investigative tools that kind of corroborate everything else. So for this, the defendant's charged with the 3 crimes that the judge read off earlier. First degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, dismembering the corpse, and then third degree sexual assault. So we'll get into what that all means later. We'll have closing arguments where we kind of provide summation and provide all that to you. But for now, as you kind of listen to the evidence, count 1, the state needs to prove that the defendant caused the death of Shad and that she did so intentionally. As I mentioned, you're going to hear a lot about that. And it's nothing but intentional. This is not an accident. This is not a mistake. It's a significant act the defendant did. Dismembering a corpse for the purpose of concealing a crime, you'll hear a lot about that. And third degree sexual assault, how she engaged in oral contact with Shad's body and inserted objects in his body as well after the fact. I know in voir dire, some of you talked about, you've heard some about this case, and that's to be expected potentially. It's really important to stress that our system of justice is not based on media accounts, on word of mouth, on what you hear. The evidence is what happens in these 4 walls and what you hear and see. And ultimately, the evidence in this case will point to 1 angle. The defendant is guilty of these 3 crimes. So again, this is just meant to be an overview on the evidence we expect you to hear over the next few days in the first phase. But ultimately, the case comes down to choices and responsibility. The defendant made a series of choices, February 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. Choices to use methamphetamine, choices to kill her friend, Shad, choices to then utterly degrade him after the fact. The choices the defendant made. And when we come back in closing arguments later this week at some point, we'll argue to you that the evidence in this case is clear. The choices the defendant made indicate that you're not going to have a reasonable doubt about what the defendant did, that she's guilty of all 3 crimes. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Fraley, are you prepared to make an opening statement?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Your Honor, may it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. Lassay, Mr. Saunders. Thank you for your service as jurors. We definitely appreciate you being here, serving on the jury, because a jury is an integral part of the court process. Without you jurors, our court system simply couldn't function. The lawyers couldn't do their job and the court couldn't do its job. So we appreciate your time, your attention to detail, and your anticipated focus over the next several days that you're going to put into this very serious case. Now, in this case, the state of Wisconsin, through the Brown County District Attorney's Office, has the complete burden of proof. The state must prove to all of you jurors beyond a reasonable doubt each and every element of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. The United States Constitution presumes that every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. And in this case, Taylor Shabusiness is presumed to be innocent. She doesn't have to prove anything. The defense does not have to prove anything in this case. Why? Because the complete burden of proof rests with the district attorney's office, with the state of Wisconsin. They have to prove up all the facts. And in this case, you're going to hear a lot of different facts. You're going to hear a lot of different accounts from witnesses, citizen witnesses, detectives, police officers, experts, DNA analysts, medical examiners, all of that. You're going to have to take all of that information into consideration when you deliberate. But the entire burden rests with the state in this case. My client, Taylor Denise Shabusiness, also has an absolute right to remain silent. Under the law, she has a right not to testify if she so chooses. And if she elects not to testify, you cannot use that fact alone against her in this trial. She doesn't have to testify, but she may testify. In this particular case, ladies and gentlemen, Taylor Denise Shabusiness was friends with Shad. They went to high school together. They went to school at Bayport, and they had classes together. And they were, when they were younger, they dated for a short period of time. But basically, they were friends. You're going to hear some testimony on, it was a Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022. You're going to hear, I believe, a 911 tape. You're going to hear testimony from Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks. They live at 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay. There was a call from Mr. Hendricks that he apparently went downstairs in the basement and saw a bucket, saw a human head in the bucket, and he had checked it out because his significant other, Tara Pakinich, had initially went down there and saw this and had him go check. He didn't have glasses on, but he apparently called 911, and that caused the officers to come to the scene at 829 Stony Brook Lane. And there'll be some testimony about this residence. It's a small, quaint home. It's got a loft upstairs where I believe Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks were sleeping. It has a floor level with kitchen, living area, and then it has a basement. And there will be testimony. We believe that Stephen Hendricks last saw Shad at the house on Monday night, which I believe would have been February 21st of 2022. He will indicate that both of them will indicate that they really did not see Taylor Shabusiness leave. They heard a vehicle start, a door slam, caused them to wake up. Officer Wanish, you'll hear from him. He came to the house and went down the basement to make some observations. That the officers did a protective sweep. They walked around the basement and the entire house to see if there were any other people there on February 23rd, 2022. And the only people that were there were Tara Pakinich, the owner, Stephen Hendricks, and the daughter, Ava Wheelock. Those people were there. No, Taylor Shabusiness was there. She wasn't in the basement. She wasn't anywhere in the house. But obviously there was some investigation and evidence was apparently found. And it's true that law enforcement officers didn't have a clear picture, clear understanding of what was really happening or what happened. And so they're trying to figure things out as they went along. There would be some testimony from other officers with regards to the other scene, which is 2353 Eastman Avenue in Green Bay. That I submit was Taylor Shabusiness's apartment. And she lived there with Scott Thoms, Thoms. And law enforcement officers came over there, and my client came out of the apartment complex and she was arrested. She had a warrant. She was taken into a squad car and taken down to the Green Bay Police Department for questioning by Detective Groff and Detective Kevin Kempf. Also, law enforcement arrested the other person in apartment 1, that was Taylor's apartment, Scott Thoms, and he was ordered to lay on the ground, and he was taken into custody as well. You'll hear from lots of different officers, in this case, law enforcement officers. The officers found a gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan, I believe 2006, and they found it parked in the Eastman Avenue parking lot, and there were some concerns about it. Now, this vehicle is owned by Scott Thoms, and I believe that will come out that he was the one that owned that vehicle. But inside that vehicle, there was a crock pot box, and there were some human body parts in there. In this particular case, you'll also hear from Dr. Tranchita. He's the medical examiner, did a lot of investigative work, looking at cause and manner of death of the deceased. So you'll hear about all of his findings. You're also going to hear from Kevin Scott. He was the DNA analyst for the state of Wisconsin Crime Lab. And his testimony, I believe, will show that he took various swabs as part of the DNA analysis, and items were swabbed. There were sweatpants, there were blades, there were light switch, there's boxes, hands, people's mouths, and a dildo, because that was found. The swab of the dildo, he will testify, I believe, that the possible contribution of DNA from Shad Thyrion as it relates to the dildo is inconclusive due to the complexity of the mixture. So the state is going to argue that there was a sexual assault by use of the dildo, and the deceased DNA is not on it. So that's something you'll have to take into consideration. You're going to hear from Sergeant Kurt Brester from the Green Bay Police Department. He was dispatched to 829 Stony Brook Lane regarding a suspicious situation on February 23rd, 2022. And that he conferred with Officer Wanish outside, that he had contact with Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks, and that he did a protective sweep of the residence, and they didn't find anybody else other than Ava Wheelock, who was the young lady, she's 16, sleeping in a bedroom. You're going to hear from, I believe, Officer TJ Buckman, that he arrived on the scene as a supervisor to this apartment complex. And he actually went to 2353 Eastman Avenue in Green Bay, and he saw that gold van parked outside, and he had several other officers keep the van under surveillance. And at least from his initial investigation, he did not have enough information to determine whether or not Taylor Shabusiness was the suspect or the victim. And so those are some other things that you're going to have to take a look at and think about. You're going to see the videotape in this case where there's a lengthy video down at the Green Bay Police Department between Detective Groff and Detective Kempf and my client, Taylor Denise Shabusiness. And they talked, and Detective Groff asked her lots of questions about what she knew and her whereabouts and what may or may not have happened. So you have to pay close attention to that and think about the things that are said. in a case like this, and really in any case, you have to assess the credibility of each and every witness. You have to take all of that into consideration in this matter. I'd ask that you, when you're considering all of the evidence, don't jump to conclusions. Don't rush to judgment. Please keep an open mind. Listen to all the facts. Listen to what every witness has to say carefully and weigh what they have to say. And remember, there's always two sides to every story. You jurors are going to have to decipher the facts of what may have occurred or what didn't occur. But at the end of the case, we ask that you find our client not guilty on all the counts. Thank you.
And then, Mr. Saunders, are you ready to call your first witness? Yes.
Your Honor, may we have just a very brief sidebar before the first witness?
Sure.
Your Honor, the state calls Amy Shannon.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Amy Shannon.
Before we go on, it wouldn't be a jury trial if we didn't have technical problems. So there's going to be an audio played shortly, and we're having a hard time getting the audio on. So I'm just going to, we're going to take a minute and see if we can, if we can't get it done quickly, I'm going to excuse the jury and call somebody out who can fix it.
My name's Ms. Cole.
It's booting up, so I keep listening. It's loading again, so it's rebooting. I'm not sure exactly how long that's going to take, but.
Does the court wish that I make the sort of foundational questions that are relatively brief?
Sure, why don't we do that? That will give us some more time. So go ahead, Mr. Lezak.
Thank you. Ms. Shannon, can you state for the record how you are employed?
I'm the Assistant Director for Brown County Public Safety Communications, such as the 911 Dispatch Center.
Can you just explain for the jury how the 911 dispatch center works in Brown County and how it relates to the other law enforcement agencies?
So the 911 Center takes the calls for all law enforcement, ambulance services, and fire departments within Brown County. As part of that, all calls and radio traffic that come in through our center are recorded, and then they are held in our center as evidence for 120 days. as were requested by agencies, we release that evidence back to them because it's technically their evidence. We're just the holders of that evidence.
And if a law enforcement agency makes a request that you retain a particular call or record, is that something that your agency does?
We do.
And are those calls, are they something that are easily discernible by the date and the location of the call?
Yes.
Does the system actually store the location of a phone call that comes in?
It depends on how it comes in, but yes.
And essentially, are you able to serve as a record keeper or records custodian for the 911 center given your current role?
That is part of my role, is to be the records custodian.
And how long have you worked with the 911 center overall?
Overall, over 10 years.
And were you asked by the Green Bay Police Department to record and maintain a call from February 22nd, actually February 23rd, 2022, I believe, at 3:24 a.m.?
Yes.
And as part of your work with the 911 center, did you have an opportunity to review a recorded phone call that came in on February 23rd at 3:24 a.m. from a residence located at 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes,
You had a chance to listen to that entire call?
I did.
And if we played that phone call for you, would you be able to identify that call?
Yes.
And at this point, I would like to have that call used as an exhibit.
Any objection?
Well, I didn't hear what he said.
He wants to offer the recording as an exhibit, and then he wants to play it.
I have no objection.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are about to hear an audio recording. Recordings are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. Please listen carefully. Some parts might be hard to understand.
County Public Safety, how may I help you?
Yes, I'd like an officer at 829 Stony Brook. Girlfriend just woke me up, swears that she found her severed head of her son in the basement.
Okay, can you repeat the address, sir?
829 Stony Brook.
Okay, S-T-O-N-E-Y?
Is it EY, right? Yes. No E. Just LY.
Is that a house, apartment, or duplex?
It's a house.
What's your phone number?
My number is 327-3748. My name's Steve.
327-3748?
Yes.
What's your last name, Steve?
Hendricks.
Okay, tell me what's happening there again?
I have no clue what's happening. My girl swears that she's found her severed head of her son in the basement.
Did you go down there?
In a bucket. I went down, I can't tell what the fuck it is. Pardon my language, I'm kind of a little freaked out.
Okay, did she just wake up and say that?
Yeah.
And whose head is it?
She's claiming it's her son.
How old's her son?
24, 25?
Has he been missing, or?
No, yeah, he was here yesterday with some chick, and then now all of a sudden nobody's here. And she came up to use the restroom a couple times, and she keeps calling and calling. Now she's saying that she hears the phone down there too.
Okay, is she with you right now?
Yes, she's upstairs. She's a little freaked out, and I don't know what to do.
Okay, all right, stay on the line. And you said you went down there, correct?
Yeah, and I lifted his toe, but I can't see very well, and I can't tell what the hell it is.
So there's something in the bucket.
There's something in the goddamn bucket there.
Okay.
If she won't look again, I don't know what the hell, man.
Do you think she's hallucinating, or do you think that?
I don't think so. I went down there Something in the damn bucket. I can't, I don't know, man. And she's a little freaked out and kind of freaking me out.
What's your girlfriend's last name?
Packanek.
How do you spell that?
Oh, we said, you want to spell it? P-A-K-A-N-I-C-H.
N-I-C-H. What's your first name?
Tara. Tara, T-A-R-A.
What's her middle initial, date of birth?
What's your middle initial? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, yep.
Okay. What's her date of birth?
What's your date of birth? 5/14/74.
All right, can I talk to her?
Yes, you can.
Hello?
Hi, Tara. So can you tell me what's going on?
Are you positive my son's head is in a bucket, a young bucket in my basement?
What makes you think that?
Because I looked in the bucket,
What did you see?
exactly what I told you.
Okay, where's the rest of the body at?
No idea.
When's the last time you saw your son?
Well, I guess today is Wednesday, so I picked him up from his dad's on Monday. And he doesn't normally stay here. He doesn't stay here for a few days. He got left the laundry. He was here a couple hours, then he left with Taylor. And they Taylor.
Who's that?
Girl. Taylor Coronado.
You know how to spell her last name?
Coronado. No, not exactly. But it's the common spelling from around here.
All right, that is
He went to middle school and high school with her. I don't know if he does it with me.
When's the last time you saw him?
Yo, I try not to stop these, but this is his mother who just went downstairs and found her son that she gave birth to head in a bucket. Someone please explain to me how she is so like matter of fact. I understand that we all feel and show emotion differently, but is this not weird? Is anybody else catching? This is his mother. She lifted the towel off the bucket. Her son's head is in the bucket. And God knows what else she saw. I think she actually saw part of him in the bath, in the shower. I don't know. Are all you Wisconsin people crazy? Listen, I'm not going to judge you. I'm not going to judge you. We don't hide our crazy around here, y'all. Heather says drugs. Yes, very, very weird. Thank you for saying that, Heather, and welcome, because I didn't even give that a thought. Okay, then I'll be quiet. Let me be quiet. Let me shut the hell up.
Well, he left with her. They both came back. I believe they both came back while we were sleeping Monday night. And I assume they slept all day yesterday, so I haven't seen him since Monday night physically. I thought they were sleeping all day. I was gone for a little while yesterday, Tuesday, and he's 25, and I'm going to basement. What are you doing? You know what I mean?
Well, we've got help.
And then I heard my door and her minivan start, and I went downstairs and I went to the bathroom. The lights were out in the basement. So I turned them off, and I looked around and saw them there. So then when I turned around to come back upstairs, there was a 5-gallon bucket with a towel over it. And I'm like, oh great, that's why they're out here all day yesterday. They were pissing in a bucket. And then I looked, and that's not what was in that bucket.
What is your son's name?
Thad Thyrion.
C-H-A-D.
S-H-A-D.
How do you spell his last name?
T-H-Y-R-I-O-N.
What's his date of birth?
9797.
Is there All right, ma'am. I have officers that are headed over to your house right now, okay?
Head over.
Okay, I'll go down there.
It was,
I guess just stay away from it. Just stay away.
from that area, but we're on the second level, so we're gonna go down to the kitchen and not to the basement.
Okay,
We can
yeah.
answer the doors and stuff.
Okay, all right, ma'am.
My 16-year-old daughter is sleeping,
Excuse me?
my 16-year-old daughter is here sleeping, so they do not make a lot of noise. I don't know.
Okay, just let them know that. I'm sure they won't try, okay?
My heart can jump out of my head for being so.
And, I mean, you're sure it couldn't be like a fake head or something?
I'm not touching it. I'm not looking at it again.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Just go ahead and wait for the officers, okay?
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Ms. Shannon, the audio recording that was just played, is that consistent with the recording that was retained by the 911 center for the call from the address on Stony Brook Drive on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, for the record, I believe that we played the entirety of the audio recording, which is 7 minutes and 13 seconds. I would ask that the recording be admitted as an exhibit.
The objection, Mr. Freilich?
No.
I have no further questions from Ms. Shannon.
Right. Mr. Freilich, cross-examination?
Sure. Ms. Shannon, morning.
Good morning.
How is a recording like that kept by the 911 dispatch center?
All calls and radio traffic coming into our center are recorded automatically. We have a recording system. And regardless of how it's coming in, phone or radio, it's recorded. It stays in that recording. We have it set for 180 days.
Okay. Do you, at least for the recording that we just heard, was that then downloaded to a disk or something?
Yes. And then we also keep it on a separate drive to make sure that it doesn't go away, because those do automatically clear after 180 days. So we downloaded it to a disk as evidence, and then we also keep a recording of it in-house.
So is it your testimony that you preserved that tape from February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And then it was, what, was it sent to the Green Bay Police Department, the district attorney's office? Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
It was sent to the district attorney's office,
Okay. Then they kept it in their custody?
as far as I know.
Okay. But 911 dispatch center still has a copy as well?
Yes.
Was there any way that recording was altered in any way?
No.
Do only certain people have access to it?
Yes.
Who was that?
Myself, and then we have a group of supervisors. They are the people who make the recordings. We have one person who is assigned to do it, but if he's not there, then any of the supervisors can. But they're the only ones that have access to that drive.
That 911 tape that we just heard, it wasn't excised or modified in any way, shape, or form, was it?
No.
And it was downloaded off the mainframe computer at the dispatch
The
center?
server, yes.
Okay, off the server?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Oh, one more. This was kept in the regular course of business of the 911 dispatch center?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused. State's next witness.
The state calls Officer Alex Wanish.
Officer, if you just want to step right up over here, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Officer Alex Wanish, Wanish.
Okay, and then if you could just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can all hear you. And with that, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Thank you. Officer, how are you employed?
With the City of Green Bay Police Department as a patrol officer.
And how long have you been employed as a patrol officer with Green Bay PD?
Since April of 2019.
And is that the totality of your law enforcement experience?
I worked about a year and a half prior to that with City of Manitowoc.
So about 2017 is when your law enforcement career started?
Correct.
And can you outline for us what training you received to be a police officer?
I went through the 720 Academy at NWTC. Before that, I went to UW-Platteville for my 4-year bachelor degree in criminal justice.
And what are some of your regular duties as a police officer?
Taking any dispatch call that comes out, traffic, that kind of stuff.
Sort of respond to the initial incidents?
Correct.
And then do you kind of conduct follow-through investigation as well?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Officer, I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were working in that capacity on that day?
Yes, I was.
Directing your attention to about 3:25 a.m., were you dispatched to a call around that time?
Yes.
To where were you dispatched?
The address was 829 Stony Brook, City of Green Bay, Brown County.
And is that an area of Green Bay that you're familiar with in your regular patrol duties?
Yes, it is.
And I guess what area of Green Bay is that?
It's the west side, I guess the closest major intersection between Mason and Military.
And what was the reason you were dispatched to that residence?
The initial call came out that the complainant's girlfriend found her son's severed head in a bucket in the basement.
And did you arrive at the Stony Brook Lane residence?
Yes, I did.
But were any other officers with you in that initial time period?
Officer Plonky arrived at the same time as I did.
And what happened when you got to the residence?
We made contact with the complainant and then his girlfriend. And we started talking to them. And then we were directed to the basement where the bucket was located. Officer Plonky remained upstairs just to keep an eye on the rest of the house. I went downstairs. At the bottom of the stairs to the right, there was a green bucket with a shower towel on top of it, just to verify we had an actual head in the bucket. Lifted the towel off, and there was, in fact, a human severed head in the bucket.
So I want to back up just a little bit. When you got to the residence, you said you met with the complainant. Was that Stephen Hendricks?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said his girlfriend was also present?
Yes.
And who is that person?
First name was Tara.
Tara, okay. And if, Officer Plonky stayed with those individuals?
Correct.
Right? Okay. And then you went down to the basement?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And you mentioned observing the bucket. I guess where in the basement was that located?
As you go down the stairs, if you turn to the immediate right, it was at the bottom of the stairs to the right.
Was it in pretty close proximity to the stairs?
Yes.
After you made that observation, what did you do?
After I pulled the towel off?
Yes.
I had Officer Plonky come downstairs and just verify we had, in fact, found a human head in the bucket. And then we started to notify a supervisor and then ask for additional units.
And at that time, on February 23rd, 2022, did your department utilize body-worn cameras?
Yes.
Is that something that was operating on that day?
Yes.
And did you have the chance to review your body-worn camera prior to your testimony today?
Yes, I did.
If you were able to observe that here in court, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes, I'll be able to.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd propose to play Exhibit 2. It's approximately 6 minutes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thanks, Gil.
right, I am playing Exhibit 2 beginning at 0 seconds.
Okay. Did you both see this? I opened the towel, I picked up the towel and dropped it, because I don't know what the fuck it is, man. I have bad vision, and she's like, is that what I think it is? I'm like, I don't fucking know. What the fuck?
Do you want to stay with those two? I'm just going to see it.
Where's it at?
So right there, look right, there's a button with a call on it.
Just keep my eyes. Dude, it is. Come here.
Hold on one second. Jeez.
Let's just. Okay. Hold on. Just. That's real, right? That's real low. Alcohol, I got 4 Ed1 to 82 Sam. I know you're busy over there, but this is actually what it's going to be. It's not going to be a 961 thing or a 96 thing, so we're going to need more units here. That's been gone. If there's anybody supposed to be here. Was that Fred one? No, for right now. If we could get more units here sooner rather than later, that'd be appreciated. We've got quite a bit of blood down here. I want to clear this rest of this house. We've got 2 people in the house for sure.
the record, the entirety of Exhibit 2, approximately 5 minutes, 59 seconds was played. Officer, having reviewed the exhibit, do you recognize the video that was depicted?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be consistent with your body-worn camera footage that you observed?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to also be consistent with your recollection of the scene on Stony Brook Lane on February 23rd?
Correct.
I'd move Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 2 will be received.
So, Officer, I want to ask a few questions about that. When you arrived, which door to the residence did you enter through?
It would have been the side door off the driveway.
Okay. And was there a sort of a storm door that was a part of that door as well?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. After you observed the bucket, it appeared that you walked around the basement area of the residence. Is that right?
Yes, it did.
At that point, did you see any other parts of a human body?
No other parts of a human body, no.
Did you notice any areas of potential blood?
Yes.
And where was that?
Beyond the stack of mattresses, there appeared to be blood on the floor and then small chunks of human flesh.
In other areas of that basement, did you locate any obvious signs of blood?
There was a dried blood stain on the mattresses, and that was all that I remember seeing.
After you and Officer Plonky, was that the officer who was also depicted in that video?
Yes, it is.
Did other officers arrive on scene?
Yes.
And what did you and the other officers do at that point?
Sergeant Brester was next to arrive on scene. I kind of informed him of what we had up to this point and then what we needed to do next. We had 2 other officers responding. Once we got all the officers there that we needed, we conducted a protective sweep of the residence just to make sure there was no other people that we needed to know about, just to make sure that there was no other potential threats.
And you're the first officer to testify, so I'll ask you this because we've heard this term. What is a protective sweep?
It's not a search or anything like that. It's just conducting a sweep of the house just to make sure there's no other people hiding or no other threats.
So essentially a search for people?
Yes.
Okay. Other than the towel that you lifted off the bucket, was any object moved or rummaged through by officers?
Not the initial responding officers, no.
Okay. And then at some point, do detectives and other personnel arrive on scene?
Yes.
I guess, what do you do after the protective sweep then?
We maintain the scene. Officer Linsmeyer and Officer O'Donnell transported Stephen and Tara to the police department along with their 16-year-old daughter, Ava. Sergeant Brester, Officer Plonky, and I remained on scene just to secure the scene and then wait for additional resources to respond, such as detectives.
What efforts did you undertake as part of your maintaining the scene that you referenced?
Just making sure that no one got in or out of that residence. Started a crime scene log just to keep track of who was coming and going as far as officers go. And then we ended up putting up crime scene tape around the house as well.
The crime scene log, is that something that you maintained?
Yeah, until I was relieved by day shift.
And I guess that just tracks who enters and leaves the residence?
Correct.
And there was, I think you mentioned crime scene tape that was affixed as well around the house?
Yes.
Thank you, officer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Officer Wanish, good morning.
Morning.
You were working for the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you were on uniform patrol in a fully marked squad, correct?
Yes.
And you were dispatched over to 829 Stony Brook Lane, correct?
Correct.
That area is kind of by Fireman's Park where all the kids go sledding, correct?
Yes.
It's behind it?
It would be to the east of it.
Okay. Who dispatched you over to this location?
It was a dispatch call, and we were the only available units in the city. So Officer Plank and I responded.
Okay. And were you told that there was a suspicious situation over there?
I believe that's how the call was coded.
And the complainant was the male that you heard on there, correct?
Yes.
Did you later find him to be Stephen Hendricks?
Correct.
Who was the first person you talked to when you got to the Stony Brook Lane residence?
Female by the first name of Tara.
Was it Tara Pakinich?
Yes,
And that video, the officer that first entered was Officer Plonky, correct?
that is correct.
And then you followed behind?
Yes,
And the complainant said there was something in a bucket, but he couldn't tell what it was. Is that correct?
that is what he told us.
And you talked to Tara Pakinich, and she said that she thought it was her son's head in a bucket down in the basement.
That's correct.
And then did you ask where the body was?
I don't recall asking that specific question.
But after you did a search, you didn't find a body, did you?
I did not.
Okay. In the basement, you didn't find any people down there, correct?
Correct.
The only people that were at the house was Tara Pakinich, Stephen Hendricks, and Tara's daughter, Ava Wheelock. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this house, is it essentially have like a basement, floor level, and then an upstairs loft?
Yes, that's accurate.
There's like kind of like 3 floors, correct?
Yes,
And when you arrived, you knocked on the door, that side door that we saw, correct?
yes,
It's right off the driveway, correct?
yes,
And this was at nighttime, correct?
yes, it was.
About 3:25 a.m.?
Correct.
And the people that you had contact with, Tara and Stephen, were they in shock?
Yeah, they both seem to be in a state of shock.
Had they been sleeping prior to your arrival?
They were both awake and in the kitchen when we made contact.
But before you got there, was it your understanding that they went to bed and then something happened where they woke up and then they called the police?
Yes,
And did both Mr. Hendricks and Ms. Pakinich attempt to describe to you what they found or what they saw?
yes.
Big shout out to Navigator. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. If you received a gifted membership, please, you guys, give a shout out to Navigator, Possum, Deanna, Scouse, Wake the Bake, and Shannon Foster. Welcome to the Love Bugs, you guys. Welcome to the Love Bugs. Thank you so much, Navigator. You rock the Casbah. You're the true MVP of the night.
Did they indicate that Shad Thyrion would come to the residence on Stony Brook for a few days and then would leave and come back and do laundry and things of that sort?
Yeah, they said that it was not his primary residence.
You're the first one that went down in the basement
Correct.
and you had a flashlight with you?
Yes, I did.
It's kind of a high-powered flashlight so you can see, right?
Yes,
You went down to take a closer look at the contents of the bucket?
correct.
And when you got to the bottom of the stairs, was there a laundry room area?
Yes, as you go down the stairs, the laundry room was directly to the left.
And then there was an open room as well?
Yes,
Was the open room to the right?
yes, it was.
And was that used for storage?
It appeared to be. And then there was a stack of mattresses in the middle of the room as well.
And at some point then you saw the bucket, correct?
Yes,
And was there anything over the bucket?
there was a striped towel.
And was it over the top of it?
Yeah, it was completely covering the inside of the bucket.
Was it your discretion or duty to move the towel?
Yes, I had to verify what we had.
Now, did you have gloves on at all?
Yes, I did.
What kind of gloves?
Just regular patrol gloves.
Okay. When did you put those gloves on? Do you know?
Typically, I put them on as soon as I got out of my car to go to any call.
But for this particular night, did you have them on?
Yes, I did.
When did you put them on?
Typically, I put them on right after I get out of my car, so I believe I would have put them on at that point.
Right after you got out of the squad car?
Yes.
Did you have them on when you went in that side door?
Yes, I did.
And did you keep them on during the entire time that you were in the Stony Brook Lane house?
Yes.
You removed the towel?
I did remove the towel from the bucket.
And then at some point, did you ask Officer Plunky to come and take a look as well?
Yes, I did.
At any point in time after you were done looking, did you put the towel back?
Once it was removed from the bucket, it was not placed back on the bucket.
Was it just allowed to lay on the floor, or what? Tell me what you know about that.
I believe it was just moved to the side and it was put on the floor next to the bucket.
Do you know if anybody in the house, Mr. Hendricks or Miss Pakinich, had touched what was in the bucket or moved it in any way?
I believe they both looked at it based on what they were saying to us, as far as Stephen couldn't tell what it was and Tara was positive it was her son's head.
Okay. You asked for additional units, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you asked for a supervisor?
Yes.
Did they come right away?
Yes.
On the video, we see that you pulled out your service revolver, correct?
That's correct.
Were you doing a protective sweep to make sure nobody was in the residence in the basement?
Yes.
Did you go through the entire house to see if there was anybody else in there?
Eventually, once we had more officers on scene, we cleared the rest of the house.
Okay. Did you see Taylor Shabusiness in the house when you were there?
She was not present when I was there.
And when you were looking around in the basement, it's true that you did not observe a body or any other body parts belonging to the severed head, correct?
That is correct.
Tara's daughter was in a bedroom on the ground level, correct?
Yeah, main floor.
And she was sleeping?
Correct.
Did she get up at some point then?
Yes, during our protective sweep, she was woken up.
Okay. And then did you transport Mr. Hendricks, Miss Pakinich, and Miss Wheelock to the police department, or did someone else do that?
Officer Linsbar and Officer O'Donnell completed that.
Okay. Did you maintain a crime scene log?
I started the crime scene log until I was relieved.
Okay. And who were you relieved by?
Officer Zawicki.
And then did you secure the crime scene?
Yes, we remained on scene to secure it.
Was that with Officer Plonky?
Yes.
And when you secure the crime scene, how do you do that?
We eventually put up the crime scene tape, but in the meantime, we just maintained the residence, the primary point of entry.
Now, on that video, when you're walking up the driveway, whose vehicles are in that driveway? Do you know?
I don't recall exactly who's the registered owner of those vehicles.
Do you know if the vehicles belong to Miss Pakinich, Mr. Hendricks?
I don't know for certain, but it's possible.
Okay. Did you confirm if any vehicle belonging to Taylor Shabusiness was in that driveway on that particular date when you were there?
I personally did not.
Okay. And was Sergeant Brester on the scene as well?
Yes.
What was his role?
When I requested a supervisor, he was the supervisor that responded.
Okay. And did he come into the residence?
Yes, he did.
Did he go down in the basement to verify anything?
I believe he did because he assisted with the protective sweep.
Okay. When you were there, did anything happen that would have caused the crime scene to be disturbed in any way?
No.
And did Mr. Hendricks indicate to you that he wasn't able to see what was in the bucket?
Yeah, he did mention something about difficulty with his vision.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Any redirect? No, you're. Okay, thank you. You can step down. State's next witness.
It calls Officer Ethan Plonky.
Come right up here, officer, and then before you have a seat, if you can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Ethan Blanke. I work with the Green Bay Police Department.
And then, sir, if you could just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can hear you. You're pretty close right now, so you're probably good. With that, I will, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
So how are you employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
I am a patrol officer.
And how long have you been employed as a patrol officer?
Just over 3 years.
Is that the entirety of your law enforcement experience?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to ask you, officer, then about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were on duty for your department on that day?
I was.
And do you recall being dispatched to a residence on Stony Brook Lane
I
on that
do.
day? And do you recall approximately what time you were dispatched?
I don't recall the exact time.
I do. I don't recall the exact time. I just know there was a head in a bucket.
Was it like in the morning, the night, in the middle of the day?
Yes, early morning.
Okay. And why were you dispatched to that residence?
For a report of a female who had supposedly observed her son's severed head in a bucket in the basement.
And when you got to that residence, what did you do?
I made contact with the two individuals inside the residence. They were, I believe, a Stephen Hendricks and a Tara Pakinich. And then myself and Officer Wanish were the first to arrive on scene and make contact with them.
And then what did you do after you met with Tara and Steve?
I asked them what had occurred, to which Tara began to tell me her side of the story. While she was telling me her story, Officer Wanish had gone to the basement to look into this bucket that she had found. And that's when he told me that he did find a severed head in the bucket.
Did you then go down to the basement as well?
I did.
And what did you observe when you got to the basement?
I observed a black 5-gallon bucket to the right of the stairs as I go down. There was a beach towel over that now had been moved away. And in that bottom of that bucket was a severed head. And that's how I located.
What did you do at that point?
I then looked around the basement. Myself and Officer Wanish decided that we were going to have to clear the residence for any other threats that were going to be in the house.
And I guess was anyone else in the house other than the people you talked about earlier?
A teenage daughter, I believe, of the complainant was sleeping upstairs in her bedroom.
And I guess upstairs, what part of the house was that?
Either the first or the second floor. I believe it was the first floor, though.
And did other officers then arrive on scene?
Yes.
And what did you do at that point?
I stayed with the complainants, Tara and Stephen, while the other additional officers cleared the residence.
And by, I guess, what do you mean by cleared, just in everyday jargon?
Oh, sorry. So they would make sure the residents didn't have any other threats, like anybody else that was not supposed to be in the residence were not there. And I just stayed with Tara and Stephen to make sure that they were safe while this residence was being checked.
Were they, by they I mean Tara and Steve, were they transported away from the house?
Yes, by additional officers that had arrived on scene.
What did you do at that point?
While after they were transported,
Yes.
I just stood by on scene with Officer Wanish and Sergeant Brester until detectives and more officers could arrive to relieve us.
And did you assist Officer Wanish with crime scene tape around the area?
Yes, at the front of the residence before we had left.
And I guess generally were you sort of monitoring if people were coming and going in the house?
Yes, made sure nobody else had entered the crime scene.
The people who had entered the house, were they all members or affiliates of law enforcement?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you. Officer Plonky, a couple questions for you. So on Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022, you were working in full uniform patrol, correct?
Correct.
Was this zone 4E2?
That was my call sign.
Okay. Were you dispatched over to 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay?
Correct.
And you received some information over dispatch, right?
Yes.
This residence, was it near like the Fireman's Park area?
Yes.
What report did you receive?
That it was the boyfriend, Stephen, who called, but his girlfriend had woken him up stating that she had gone into the basement and found her son's severed head in a bucket.
So you went over there to that residence, correct?
Correct.
By yourself in a fully marked squad?
I went over there in my own squad, but Officer Wanish came at the same time as I did.
Okay. And so then you parked on the street?
Yes.
And the two of you officers walked up?
Yes.
And it was dark outside. There was snow on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And who made contact with the residents first?
I believe I interacted with them first.
Okay. You're the one that knocked on the door, correct?
Correct.
And then the door opened and you kind of went inside a bit?
Yep.
Did you see some vehicles in the driveway?
I can't recall vehicles.
You don't recall if any vehicles were in the driveway when you walked up?
I don't recall. There might have been.
Okay. Do you know if the vehicles belonged to Tara Pakinich and Stephen Hendricks?
If there were vehicles in there, I didn't run the license plates and didn't ask about who they belonged to.
Okay. And when you got to the door, you had some discussions with Miss Pakinich and Mr. Hendricks, correct?
Correct.
And then what did you do? Did you go inside?
Correct. I was inside talking to them.
Okay. And then did Officer Wanish follow behind you?
Yes.
So were you on the first floor in the kitchen area where there was a table?
That's where I spoke to Stephen and Tara.
Okay. Try to find out what was going on, correct?
Correct.
And then was there a decision made between the two of you for one to go down and check what was going on in the basement?
Correct. Officer Wanish decided to go down and confirm what they were telling us.
Okay. As far as seniority, who had more seniority, Officer Wanish or yourself?
Officer Wanish has more seniority than I do.
Okay. So he took the bull by the horns and went down in the basement to check it out?
Correct.
And you maintained things upstairs?
Correct.
And then did you stand at the top of the stairs looking down to kind of keep in contact with Officer Wanish?
Correct.
Correct.
And at some point then, were you asked to come down and verify as well what was in the bucket?
Yes.
And you did that?
I did.
Did you talk to Stephen Hendricks?
I made some conversation with him. I mainly talked to Tara.
Okay. But did Mr. Hendricks tell you that he went down to look at the bucket and you couldn't tell what it was?
Yes, I believe that was partially because he had just woken up and was almost in a state of shock.
Tara Pakinich was in a state of shock too. Is that fair?
Seemed to be that way.
And was it your understanding that Tara woke up for some reason, correct?
She heard the door close, I believe, to the residence.
The side door that you would come into?
Correct.
Okay. And then did she, what made her go downstairs? Do you know?
She was woken by the door, and I believe she wanted to check if there was anybody still inside of the house or if they had entered or left.
Did she find anybody inside the house?
She did not locate anybody that was alive in the house.
And did she tell you that she went downstairs to verify the basement situation?
Correct.
And then that caused her to have the police called?
Correct.
But before the police were called, was it such that Ms. Pakinich went up to tell her significant other, Stephen Hendricks, what she saw?
Since he called for police, I believe that's what happened.
Okay. When you were talking to Tara Pakinich, did she indicate that her son would sometimes come over for meals and do laundry and things like that?
Correct.
When you were in the residence, when you came in the residence, did you have any kind of patrol gloves on at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you went down in the basement, did you have gloves on?
I don't recall.
Okay. After, I'll strike that. Is it fair to say when you went down the stairs into the basement, you looked inside the bucket several times?
Yes.
Did you have a flashlight as well?
I always had my flashlight on duty.
Did you use the flashlight?
I most likely did, yeah.
Okay. And then you looked around in the basement, correct?
I glanced around the basement, yes.
You didn't see anybody down there, correct?
Nobody else down there, no.
Then at some point you went back up the stairs, is that fair?
Correct.
The bucket that you saw, what color was it?
Black, I believe.
And where was it located?
Just to the right of the stairs if you were to walk down.
Like if you walk down the stairs, would it be like around the corner?
To the right, you would be able to see it as soon as you got down at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay. So as you get off the last step, then you would see the bucket on the right?
Correct.
Did you move the contents of the bucket at all?
No, I did not touch any of the contents.
There was a towel on the bucket and it was removed by Officer Wanish, correct?
Yes.
Did you look at the towel?
Oh, no, I did
I
not.
believe I would also have seen the towel, yes.
No, I
Where
did
was
not.
that sitting? Was it right on the floor next to the bucket or?
It might have been. I cannot recall exactly where the towel was at that point.
I'm only an officer. I cannot remember where the
Backup
towel
officers
was.
arrived, correct?
Correct.
And then who transported Tara Pakinich, Stephen Hendricks, and Abel Wheelock to the police department?
Additional officers, it was not me, and I don't know which officers exactly took that responsibility.
Was the daughter woken up right away after you got there?
During the protective sweep, officers had awoken her as they were going through the bedrooms.
Where did these people sit or stand? What I mean, when you were there, I mean, Tara Pakinich, Steve Hendricks, and Abel Wheelock, were they sitting at that kitchen table on chairs? Were they standing in the kitchen?
There was points where Tara and Stephen might have been standing, but they were in the kitchen when I was with them.
When you were there, did Tara, Steve, or Ava go down in the basement?
No.
And was it your understanding that Stephen and Tara, they slept upstairs in the loft part?
Correct. That's what I believe that it was laid out as.
And then was it your understanding that the ground level, it had like a kitchen and a bedroom, and that's where Ava slept?
Correct.
Then there was this finished basement, correct?
Correct.
In the basement, there was a laundry area. Is that fair?
Correct.
Storage area?
Correct.
It was kind of messy down there, correct?
It was cluttered, like as a lot of basements are.
Lots of stuff down there.
Correct.
And officers did a protective sweep of the house and found no other threats, correct?
Correct.
And then you waited on the scene and you started a crime scene log, correct?
Correct.
When you start a crime scene log, can you tell me what that involves?
So starting a crime scene log is you put the address, and then you start listing all the occupants who have entered and left the crime scene. So like my name would go on it, Sergeant Brester, Officer Wanish, and then we would mark like the reason for being there and then their time in and out.
Okay. And you did that?
I started it, yes.
Okay. Did you also assist Officer Wanish with putting up crime scene tape?
Correct.
Is that kind of like the yellow crime scene tape that we see on TV?
Correct.
Where did you put the crime scene tape?
I believe we just outlined the front yard of the residence, holding it around trees and making sure that everybody could see that they were not supposed to enter the property.
Did it cover the front door of Stony Brook?
It would have encompassed the front door.
And the side door of Stony Brook?
I can't recall exactly if we had brought crime scene tape up to the back point.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect. Thank you. Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Okay, Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our mid-morning break. It's about 5 after 10. We'll take about a 10-minute break and be back at 10:15. I'll rise for the jury. Council, anything to bring up before we take a recess, Mr. Sanders?
No.
Mr. Fraley?
No.
Very good. So 10:15.
Can you hold on? Nope, it's not there. Nope, it's not there. Why am I? Hold on, you guys. This is what I get. This is what I get for being ugly. You guys are bad influences. Do I have these open? I do. There. Nope, that's still not right. Oh, son of a biscuit eater. Give me a second, guys. Y'all, I don't know what the hell is happening. I'm going to figure this out, though. So let me just fast forward this. Court TV. Okay, let me fast forward this and I'll get it going and then I'll figure out why I am there. Okay. Shit on a biscuit. Hold on. See, y'all are bad influences. Telling you. Stop that. All right. Where's that? All right, hold on. Did that help? Oh, can you guys hear me now? Can you guys hear me now without echo? Shit on a biscuit. Can y'all hear me? Okay. Now I have to go find this again. Welcome back to stage. Oop.
Sir, if you want to come right up here,
Oh.
and then before you have a seat, just turn and face her and
Hold
raise
on.
your right.
Truth and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Kurt Brester, Brester.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Can you tell us how your
Somehow, you guys, I've got too many things open here. Give me a second. All right. Let's see. I'll find it. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Okay, here it is. Go back over here.
how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Okay, can we hear it now? Oh my God, I think it's back. Oh, hallelujah. Woo, here, angels singing, y'all. Can you hear me now? Just somebody hit the thumbs up, hit something, let me know you guys can hear me. Because I see my little thing move and say, oh, praise Jesus. All right, I'm back. I had too many things. Y'all don't want to know. I just fucked it all up. Let's just chalk it up to that. Now, let me find where we were at, y'all. And then we'll get it going again. Listen, nobody said I'm a professional with anything, you guys, to you the truth of matters, but I try so hard. All right, so I got this back. That's good. Now this. Now let's share our let's share it again. It would be KB. Yippee. Close the pores. Here we go. All right, so we got that up there. Y'all look at me growing up. What? Okay, hold on. Let's take that down so I don't screw that up again. Let's make this as big as we can. Y'all watch your ears. Let's get to playing. Another officer on the stand, y'all. And I think this is the last officer. And then we're going to hear from the mom's boyfriend who made the 911 call. And then we're going to hear from the mom. All right, here we go.
Approximately 15 years.
Is the entirety of that time with the Green Bay Police Department?
It is not.
Okay. And how long have you been with Green Bay?
11 years.
You mentioned you're currently a sergeant, is that right?
Yes.
And I guess what are some of your duties as a sergeant as opposed to a patrol officer?
There's a wide range of responsibilities for sergeant, from administrative and scheduling work to managing larger scales calls.
In some respects, do you act as sort of like a supervisor for a shift?
Correct, yes.
But you still work patrol?
Yes.
So is it the case that you still respond to incidents?
Yes, sir.
And were you a patrol sergeant in February of 2022?
Yes.
I want to ask you about February 23rd of that year at about 3:24 a.m. Did you respond at some point to a call on Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
And what was the reason you responded to that residence?
We had received a call that a resident inside that house had found what she believed was a severed head inside of a bucket.
Were you the first officer who arrived?
I was not.
And which officers were those?
Officer Wanish and Officer Plonky arrived on scene prior to my arrival.
And when you got there, I guess what happened?
When I arrived, I made contact with Officer Wanish outside, and he explained to me what he had seen in the basement of this residence. And that's when I had entered the residence at that time.
Okay. And what did you do when you entered?
Well, I made contact with two individuals in the kitchen, and I explained to them, due to the severity of what was happening, we were going to do a protective sweep of the residence.
And a protective sweep, that's essentially looking for people that may have been in the house?
Correct, for the safety of us and others inside the house that we're speaking with.
Apart from the two individuals you encountered in the kitchen, was anyone else found in the residence?
There was a juvenile female in a bedroom on the first floor that we had contact with during our protective sweep, yes.
Okay. And I guess was she essentially woken up by officers?
Yes, and we had her go back into the kitchen by the other two adults.
And you indicated you didn't locate any other persons in the residence?
Correct.
At that point, Officer Wanish had previously told you about what he observed in the basement. Is that right?
Yes.
During the course of your protective sweep, are you going through the entirety of the residence?
Yes.
Including the basement?
Yes, sir.
And when you're in the basement, did you observe any other parts of a human body?
I did not see any more parts of a human body, no.
Okay. And did you locate any areas of suspected blood or other related material?
Yes, there were red spots on the concrete floor that was consistent with blood. And also, I was advised by another officer that there was a piece of
Objection hearsay, Your Honor?
I'm not necessarily offering it for the truth, Judge.
Yeah, overruled. Go ahead and answer.
A piece that would appear to be a bone fragment or fatty tissue on a drain on a stand-up shower in the basement.
And so you mentioned the areas of suspected blood were drops, is that right?
Correct.
Were there areas of large-scale pooling at all?
I did not see any, no.
Okay, so the drops that you observed, where were those located?
They were on the concrete floor, from what I recall, near the bucket.
Okay. Other areas of the basement, did you observe anything of that nature other than what you talked about earlier? And what did you do after the sweep of the residence?
I again made contact with the adults upstairs and advised, or asked if we could ultimately have consent to search the rest of the residence regarding to the crime. And we obtained verbal consent at that point.
So the initial responding officers, you're doing the protective sweep to look for people. Is there a larger scale, search of the house?
At that point, no.
Okay. Is that done by other members of your department?
Yes, later on in the incident, yes.
And did they ultimately arrive to the house as well?
Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Sergeant Brester, morning. You were on uniform patrol on February 23rd of 2022.
Yes, sir.
What was your shift?
I was a night shift sergeant at the time, so I started at 10 p.m. and worked until 6:30 a.m.
And you were on patrol in a different area in the Adams district, correct?
Yes, I was on a other call at the time.
Okay. And were you asked to come over to 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes, sir.
Who asked you to come over there?
Officer Wanish.
And was it regarding a suspicious situation over there on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mike H.
Did he give you any details as to why you were supposed to go over there?
Yes, while I was on the initial call I was on, I did hear the Stony Brook call being dispatched out, and I did hear the nature of the call at that time, yes.
So then you left the Adams district, went over to Stony Brook, and where did you park?
From what I remember, I parked down the street, not far from the actual address of the incident.
And you walked up on the sidewalk?
Sidewalk into the driveway, correct?
Okay. And did you see Officer Plonky and Officer Wanish there then outside?
Yes.
And did they kind of brief you on what was going on?
Yes.
Was that outside?
I believe it was outside, yes.
Yeah. And did you try to figure out a game plan as to what to do?
Yes.
Officer Wanish needed your assistance because this was kind of an unusual situation. Is that fair?
Correct.
And they wanted you as the supervisor, as the sergeant, to kind of verify what they were seeing, correct?
Yes.
And you had responded to this location at 829 Stony Brook Lane with your emergency lights and sirens on, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was a kind of a dire emergency situation, correct?
From what we're gathering at the point, yes.
So then you walked inside the residence?
Yes.
And who did you talk to first?
I talked with a male and a female at the kitchen table. I believe her name was Tara and the male was Steven.
Okay. And did you have any concerns about what they were saying? Whether
Not that they're saying, I don't know if they're in shock, but it's, yeah, they were, he appeared to be drinking alcohol, but other than that, I think, yeah, there was nothing out of the ordinary at the time.
You were able to converse with them?
Yes.
And then were you asked to go down to the basement to check it out?
Yes.
And did you?
Yes.
Did you have patrol gloves on?
I cannot recall.
Okay. Tell me what happened when you started your descent down into the basement.
Well, we went down the basement and from what I remember, I asked where the bucket was and we found the bucket at the bottom of the stairs off to the right. And there was what appeared to be some kind of toweling or cloth over the bucket, and we opened it up and I confirmed that it appeared to be a human severed head.
Okay. And when you were down in the basement, were the other officers down there, Plonky and
I
Wanish?
believe at least one came down there with me. I thought maybe one stayed upstairs with the two adults.
Okay, just to maintain.
Right.
Mike, thank you so much. What time is it there?
Then did
Where?
you
We're
decide
all
to call for
everywhere.
additional assistance?
We
I'm
did at
scared
that
to
time,
push
yes.
any more
Was
buttons,
it your
so.
call?
Hi,
Yes.
Platinum.
Who else did you call to come over?
The other officers that were on scene, and then we had another sergeant was working as the shift commander at the time, and he began making phone calls to detective division and additional supervisors above my rank.
This residence at 829 Stony Brook, was it essentially 3 levels with a basement, a floor level, and then an upstairs?
I know for sure the basement and the main level. I can't remember about the upstairs. I believe there was an upstairs.
Did you go up there and check it out?
Not that I know. I remember for sure the basement and the first floor.
Okay. You found no other people besides Tara, Steven, and Ava, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see Taylor Shabusiness there, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't see any body parts there, correct?
Besides the severed head, that's it.
The downstairs, was it fair that it was sort of in disarray?
It was it appeared to be a live-in basement bedroom that people were somebody was living in. Yes.
How long did it take before Mr. Hendricks, Miss Pakinich, and Miss Wheelock were, taken out of the home and brought down to the police department?
I would say within the first 20 minutes, half hour I was there.
Okay. And was her bedroom on the ground level off the kitchen?
Whose bedroom?
Miss Wheelock, Ava Wheelock, was her bedroom like on the same floor as the kitchen?
Yes, between the kitchen and the living room.
Can you describe that ground level when you come in that side door?
Sure. So you come up the side door, you walk up a few stairs into the kitchen to your left. And then when you go through the kitchen, there's a hallway that runs, I guess, north and south, with the living room on your right and the bedroom in the right as well, down the hallway.
Is there a bathroom there on the first floor?
I believe there was.
Okay. And that's all there is to the first floor. It's,
Yes.
it's a very small house, correct?
Yeah, it's a smaller house.
Cape Cod style?
Yeah.
There's a separate garage there.
There was a detached garage, correct?
Did you see vehicles parked in the driveway on that particular evening?
Not that I could recall.
Okay. It's a while ago, correct?
Pardon?
This was a while ago,
Yes, sir.
correct? But it was dark outside and there was snow on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Kind of a cold night, correct?
Yes.
And then you asked Tara Pakinich if you could, search the residence, correct?
Yes.
She gave written consent, yes?
Once she got to the police department, she put pen to paper on the consent, yes.
When you were there, Sergeant, did your other officers, Wanish and Plonky, start putting out police crime scene tape?
They did outside, yes.
Did they follow all the procedures?
Yes.
Was there any way that the crime scene was disturbed in any way, shape, or form?
No.
At this property, there's like a driveway and then there's a separate detached garage, correct?
Correct.
And there's a backyard too?
Yes.
Did you ask Tara Pakinich if she had moved the bucket at all?
Not that I recall.
Did you ask Stephen Hendricks if he moved the bucket at all?
No.
Was it your understanding that Abel Wheelock did not even go downstairs?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that prior to having additional detectives and supervisors come to the scene from the detective division, that you didn't do any other searching of the residence?
Correct.
You and the other two officers just kind of stood by and maintained the scene?
Yes.
And then other detectives then came, Detective Biller, Detective Scanlon, Lieutenant Strauff, correct?
Yes.
And did you brief all of them on what you knew?
Pardon?
Did you brief all of them
Yes.
on what you knew?
Yeah.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you so much.
Redirect? No, thank you.
Thank you. You can step down. And your next witness, Mr. Saunders.
The state calls Stephen Hendricks.
Okay, sir, if you just want to step up over here, and then before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Stephen Hendricks.
And then, sir, if you could move up a little closer to the microphone so we can hear
Stephen
you.
Hendricks.
All right, and with that, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
All right. Is it okay if I refer to you as Steve?
Yes,
Okay. Steve, how old are you?
50.
Okay. And where do you live?
Green Bay.
And does he still live on Stony Brook Lake?
Yes.
And that's in Green Bay. What area of Green Bay is that?
West side.
All right. How
Y'all, I'm sorry I got all this opened up. I don't know how I messed this up so bad, but I wanted to thank everybody for being here, and I wanted to thank Wild Angel for the gifted membership. If you received a gifted membership, please give a shout out to Wild Angel, you guys. Can you guys hear me? Can you maybe, yeah, you can hear me. My things are moving. Hi, Study. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. No sound, no video. Really? We frozen. Oh.
long have you lived at Stony Brook Lane?
Almost 3 years.
And who do you live there with?
Tara.
And what's Tara's last name?
Packing it.
And are you in a relationship with Tara?
Yes.
All right. And how long has that been?
Almost 3 years.
Okay. And that's, I guess, why you live at that house now?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone else live at that house?
Part-time Ava.
Okay. And who's Ava?
Tara's daughter.
And she still a juvenile?
Yes.
Did Tara have any other children who on occasion would be at the house?
Yes.
And who is that?
Shad.
And Shad, was that her son?
Yes.
And did he live there full-time, part-time? I guess, what was that arrangement?
It was partially when he wanted to eat, change, or do his laundry and whatnot.
And I guess looking in like February of 2022, by that point, was Shad an adult?
Yes.
So I want to ask you, Steve, about February 21st, 2022. It was a Monday. Do you recall the date I'm talking about?
Yes.
And on that date, or were you still living at the Stony Brook Lane house with Tara?
Yes.
On that date, did you have contact with Shad on that date?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess what happened on the 21st?
Well, 21st during the day. It depends what you're referring to. There's several different. Okay.
At some point, did you and Tara go to dinner?
Yes.
And who did you go to dinner with?
With Shad.
And do you remember where you went?
Courthouse Bar and Grill.
Is that also in Green Bay?
Yes. East side.
Do you remember what time you would have gone to dinner?
It was during the day. 3 years, maybe. I'm not positive, but.
Okay. And then were you there for a little bit of time?
Yes.
Do you remember what you did after dinner was done?
I believe we went home.
And what time would that have been, if you remember?
I'm not positive. It's still light out.
All right. And you went home. Do you mean the Stony Brook Lane house?
Yes.
And what happened when you got back to that house?
I don't recall, but I remember Shad leaving. I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you see who Shad left with?
Yes.
And who is that?
That was Taylor.
And did you know who Taylor was prior to that day?
I met her several times.
And I guess, how did you meet her? I guess, what was that?
Through Shad.
Would she come over to the house?
Well, there was only one time prior that she was at the house, but they weren't in the house.
So it was just sort of in passing you had contact with Taylor?
Yes, I pulled in a driveway and they were trying to break into the house.
Okay. So you had known Taylor prior to February 21st?
Just that one occasion.
Oh. And they left the Stony Brook house, is that right?
Yes.
Did you see how they left the house?
No, I did not.
Was Shad driving at that time?
I don't believe so. His truck was in the pound.
All right. So he didn't have a vehicle?
No, not at the time.
And I know it's a while ago. Do you remember what time they would have left the house?
Not exactly.
By that point, was it dark out or still light?
I believe it was still light out.
All right. And at any point that night, did Shad return to the home?
About 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, somewhere around there.
So 1 or 2 in the morning, would that have been then into the morning of the 22nd?
Sure.
All right. And what happened when Shad got home in the morning?
He rang the doorbell 6, 7 times in a row. That's his little key. Yes.
And did you open the door for him?
Yes.
What door did they enter through?
We only use the back door of our place because that's where the driveway is. So that's the only door we use.
So the door that sort of is next to the
It's on
driveway?
the side. It's on the side of the house, yes.
Do you use the front door?
No, not really.
Is that kind of
It's
locked
kind of
usually?
blocked. It's kind of blocked off. We have junk in front of it.
So is it that, whenever people are entering or leaving
It's
that
always,
home?
it's always backside door.
And so Shad kind of rings the doorbell 6, 7 times, you said, is that right?
Yeah.
Was anyone with him?
Yes.
Who?
Taylor.
And did you see how they had arrived at the home?
No, I did not. I just opened the door.
And what happened when you opened the door for them?
They came in and went right downstairs.
In that time, in that 1 or 2 a.m. on the 22nd there, did you notice anything out of the ordinary behavior-wise with either Shad or Taylor?
No.
Had you previously had contact with Taylor, right?
Yes.
Anything different from that time versus the prior times you met with her?
No.
When she came over earlier in the day to pick up Shad, did you have contact with Taylor then?
Yes. She came in the house.
Sort of asked the same questions. Was there any kind of odd behaviors that you were observing?
No.
So then when Taylor and Shad then go into the basement, how do you get to the basement from that door, that storm door?
Straight down the steps.
So it's
Right by the door. The door continues to go down. If you take a left right at the top, you'll go into the kitchen. But if you go straight down, it goes to the basement.
so they go right down there. What do you do?
I went back upstairs. I went back to bed.
So I want to ask a few questions then about the layout of the home.
Okay.
So the area that you're talking about, the door, is that on the main level?
Yes.
Are there any bedrooms on that level of the home?
Yes.
And who is using those bedrooms?
One of them is just a empty room, an empty bed that Shad keeps his stuff in, and then Ava's room.
Okay.
That's on the main level.
Your room and Tara's room, I should ask first, do you share a room?
Yes, it's
And
on the
where's-
second floor.
Okay, that's on the second floor. Are
Yes.
there any other rooms on the second floor of the home?
No, it's just a long hall, closet space, and then a bedroom.
So after they go to the basement that morning, you go back up to the to your room?
Second floor, yes.
All right. And do you go back to sleep?
I'm not sure. Pretty sure.
Okay. After that point, do you have any other contact with Shad?
No, it was the last time I seen him.
And that was 1 or 2 a.m. on the 22nd?
Yes.
What about Taylor? Had you had any contact with Taylor after that point?
At one point, I was in the kitchen, and she had come upstairs, and I borrowed her a pair of reading glasses.
Do you remember when that was?
It was about 9:30 a.m.
Is it the same day that you're talking about?
Yes.
Would that be the 22nd?
Be 22nd, yes.
So you're in the kitchen about 9:30 in the morning and Taylor comes in the kitchen?
Yeah,
And I guess the kitchen, is that right off of those stairs?
it's right off the stairs, yes.
And I guess what happens when Taylor comes in the kitchen there?
Nothing. She asked if I had a pair of glasses. I had a pair. I wear readers, and I buy them by the case because I lose everything.
And then I guess, did she take those glasses?
Yeah,
Okay, I guess, were they like, what kind of glasses were
they're
they?
just black glasses, black framed readers. They're just cheaters.
But like a black, is it like a thicker frame,
No, not really.
but just like more than a wire frame?
Yeah, let's just the black plastic, but they're not like super thick.
And during that time, you had contact with Taylor there. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
No,
Any sort of odd behaviors or anything like that?
not that I was aware of.
So then the rest of that day, the 22nd there, what are you doing throughout that day?
Arguing with Tara.
Okay. So you had a little bit of an argument throughout the day?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Did you leave the home at any point?
Yes, I did.
And I guess at any point during that day, do you go into the basement?
No.
All right. And you left the residence. How long after that 9:30 a.m. time do you think you left the home?
Well, it wasn't far after that, about 40 minutes after that, maybe.
And then how long were you gone for?
About 6 hours.
So you got back to the home sometime in the late afternoon?
Probably, yeah. That's it.
And when you got home, I guess, what is that evening like?
I really couldn't say. I was out drinking and I came home and passed out.
Okay. Anything, out of the ordinary that you remember seeing?
No.
Okay. Still aren't going in the basement at any point?
No.
I then want to ask about the following, I guess, morning time. Do you remember anything happening of note in that early morning of the 23rd?
Except for when I was woken up, you mean? Other than that?
Yeah, so were you woken up on that time?
I was woken up, yes.
And can you tell me what happened with that?
Tara had woken me up and said she thinks she found Shad, her son's, that's how she put it. I found my son's head in a bucket. So I'm dumbfounded. Didn't believe her. Thought she was having a mental issue or something.
Sure. So do you remember what time this would have been?
It had to be about between 2 and 3 in the morning. I know it was the middle of the night.
And you said you were woken up. Were you sleeping in that room up in the second floor?
Yes.
And Tara had woken you up?
Yes, after she heard her door slam.
Is that something you heard, or that's information Tara's telling you?
I don't recall if I heard it, but I know that I woke up a little bit when she got up.
And at some point she comes back and tells you
Yes.
some information?
Yes.
What do you do then?
I go downstairs and see what the hell she's talking about. And I can't see anything. So we go back upstairs and contemplate what the heck to do.
So I guess what do you do specifically when you go downstairs?
I went to the basement and observed the bucket that she said, but I don't know, my mind blocked it out. But all I seen was like hair, like an animal, or I didn't know what the heck.
The bucket that you remember seeing, is that typically located right next to the stairs there?
No, it just happened to be there that day.
So after you see that stuff in the basement, contemplate what to do, I think you
Yeah,
said?
we go back up to the second floor bedroom. And I called the police station, and it took me a while to get through. I didn't call 911 because I wasn't sure what was going on yet at this point.
If, it's a ways away, but if you can remember, from when you kind of remember getting woke up when Tara got up to the
Yeah.
time you call the police, are you able to approximate how long a time we're talking about?
Within 30 minutes, I can't really say exactly, but it was within 30 minutes. I mean, she woke me up, went downstairs, went back upstairs, and then it took me about 10 minutes to get through because I didn't call 911, I called the police department.
You got through to a dispatcher at some point?
Yes.
So after that point, did officers arrive at your home?
Yes, 2 uniformed officers.
Did you speak with them about sort of what you observed?
Yeah. And
did you go down to the police department then and speak further with officers?
well, they had us put our phones on the table and then waited for, I think, to escort us to the Green Bay Police Department at that time.
Thank you, Steve. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Mr. Hendricks, good morning.
Good morning.
Shad Thyrion is the son of your girlfriend, Tara Pakinich, correct?
Yes.
He's not your son, right?
Right.
And he wasn't living at the 829 Stony Brook Lane property in February of 2022, was he?
No.
He lived with his father, Michael Thyrion, correct?
Correct.
He would come over to the residence on Stony Brook to eat, take a shower, do laundry, things like that.
Sure.
And to come and visit you and Tara, his mom?
Well, more Tara.
Okay. But you knew him, right?
Yes.
You had only met Taylor Shabusiness one time before?
Prior to that, yes.
Okay. And that was a brief meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
And sir, was it your understanding that Taylor Shabusiness went to high school and maybe middle school with Shad Thyrion?
That was my understanding.
And that they went to high school at Bayport together, correct?
I understood that, yeah.
Okay. The last time you saw Shad Thyrion was when?
About 2 o'clock in the morning on Monday night, going into Tuesday.
February 21st of 2022?
22nd, it was one of them.
Okay. On that Monday?
I believe so, Monday.
And was it, sir, was it your testimony that you went to the courthouse bar and grill in Green Bay with your girlfriend Tara Pakinich and then with Shad Thyrion?
Yes.
Okay. You had some dinner there, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Appetizers.
Okay. Some drinks?
Yep.
And then you came back home to Stony Brook?
Yes.
And then at some point, did Shad leave the residence then?
Yes.
Do you know what time?
Not exactly. It's
And-
still light out.
Okay. Was it your understanding that Shad was picked up by someone?
Yes.
Who was that?
Taylor.
Okay. So she picked him up and they left together?
Yes.
Was anybody else with him?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And then you didn't see him again?
Not until late that night.
On February 22nd of 2022?
Yeah, I think that's where it'd be 22nd by then because it was after midnight. Yeah.
Okay. So you heard some pounding on the side door?
No, I heard the doorbell ring 6 times.
Okay. That's kind of his clue to be let in, correct?
Yeah, it was key.
And so then you came down, you opened the door?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that Taylor Shabusiness and Shad Thyrion then went right down the basement?
Yes.
And you were tired, so you went back upstairs to bed, right?
I went upstairs, yes.
You remember when the police came to your house on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were waiting for them, correct?
Yes.
You're the one that actually called 911?
Yeah, I didn't call 911. I called police department.
Okay, you called the Green Bay Police Department non-emergency line?
Non-emergency line, yes.
Okay. And then you asked to have someone come over?
Yep.
And then do you recall meeting with an officer or officers at the door?
Yes, 2 officers.
And that's at that side door, correct?
Correct.
And the side door to the house is like right by the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Now, on this particular night, there were vehicles in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Whose vehicles were they, sir?
Tara's and mine.
Okay. What kind of car do you have?
I have a Forester.
Okay. And Tara?
She has a Volkswagen.
Okay. And they were parked like off the side door in the driveway?
Yes, in the driveway, yes.
Any other vehicles in the driveway?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And Then you talked to the officers, correct?
Yes,
And you told them what you knew, or is that correct?
yes, and then they went down and took a look themselves.
They went down in the basement?
Yep,
And where did you go?
I sat at the table where they told us not to move.
Okay, and you followed directions, correct?
Yes.
And where was Tara Pakinich? Was she
She's
sitting
right
at the
next to
table?
me.
Okay.
Yes.
And when did Ava Wheelock get up?
I didn't even know she was there at the time. And right around that, right around the time they came over, I didn't realize she was even there yet.
Okay. Did she come and sit at the kitchen table as well?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have issues with your vision?
A little bit.
If you don't have glasses on, do you have a hard time seeing?
Yes.
Okay. Glasses help, right?
Yeah, for reading, yes.
Okay, sure. If you don't have the glasses on, is it difficult to see real far?
No.
Okay. Can you see, are you nearsighted or farsighted?
I'm just getting old.
Okay. But as far as you can see, can you give me like a distance?
Just words are blurry. Other than that, I can see you just fine.
Okay. And on this particular night, February 23rd of 2022, when you went down the stairs, sir, you
Yeah.
didn't have any cheaters or glasses, right?
No.
Everything was kind of blurry.
Yeah.
And you thought that maybe Tara Pakinich was seeing things, is that correct?
Having mental issues. I don't know if she was hallucinating or anything like that. It's just, I got woke up out of dead sleep and I'm tripping out now.
You were pretty stressed out there?
Well, yeah. She wakes me up crying, telling me she found her son's head in a bucket. Yeah, a little disturbing.
When you were, when she was trying to wake you up, were you in a dead sleep?
Not really. I mean, I was sleeping, but I was aware that I needed to get up.
Okay. And is it your testimony that when you looked in the bucket, you couldn't tell what it was, correct?
Correct.
And after you and Tara Pakinich talked, did you talk in the kitchen? You know, after you went to the basement, you came back up, and did you talk with her in the kitchen?
We went back up to the bedroom. That's where my phone was.
Oh, okay. And then you kind of contemplated on what to do?
Yeah.
You didn't know if you should call 911 or
I
not?
didn't know whether to call 911 or I just called the police department because I didn't want them screaming in sirens and all that crap.
Okay. All right. How long after you made that call did it take for the police officers to get there?
It was late at night, probably 10 minutes, not even.
Okay. Did anybody move the bucket at all?
No.
Did you move the bucket?
Nope.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, you can step down, sir. Thank you.
And I'd ask the witness be excused from any subpoena and sequestration order, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, he's released from the sequestration order. Your next witness then?
State calls Tara Packard.
Ma'am, if you want to step right up here, and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
Yes.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Tara Pakinich.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Can we have a brief sidebar, Your Honor?
You may. So I'm going to have you accompany the bailiff to the jury room, and then we'll be back within 5 minutes or so. All rise for the jury. Be seated. I need to clarify with the media in the back that this is a victim and she's not to be live streamed. She's not to be videoed. My understanding is that that's what's happening right now, so we need to stop it, okay? Okay, okay, it's been stopped. We're ready to have it back. Everybody can have a seat.
Well, what the hell are we going to look at if we can't look at her? Anybody? I don't want to look at him, sir.
Then we're good to go, Mr. Saunders. The witness is yours.
Chair, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
49
Can we at least
And,
watch Taylor's?
Where do you live?
on Stony Brook Landing.
Frequently throughout that day?
Yes.
How about
All right, y'all, I have to stop it right there because I have to, that ended that part. I have to find where we're at now, in day 1. Thank you guys so much for being here. That is my dogs in the back. You guys, I have 3 golden retrievers. I have a 6-year-old, almost a 4-year-old, and a 5-month-old. And they're all playing. So let me find where we're at and I'll bring it up. Give me a second on that. Why don't we just put this on ourselves? What the fuck? What the fuck, then do it? I mean, I'm just trying to run a fun, exciting experience here for a show. Sulfur, don't go putting me down now. Jeez Louise. So mean. PRB.
Heard a female voice.
Did you know who it was?
No.
Did you ever see a female in the residence on that date, the 22nd or the 23rd?
No.
Do you recall specifically anything that the female voice had said?
No.
Did you hear two voices or one voice or more than two voices?
Just one voice.
Did you know anything about who the female was talking to or if she was talking to anyone?
No.
At some point, did you fall asleep on the night of the 22nd into the 23rd?
Yes.
And how were you awakened on that day?
I was awakened to bang on my door from the police.
What happened when the police banged on your door?
I woke up and they told me to come to the kitchen.
And did you do that?
Yes.
And who was in the kitchen when you got there?
My mom and Steve.
And did Steve live with your mom at that time?
Yes.
And you had no.
All right, you guys, what I'm seeing happened here is that, remember when the judge got mad at the people for showing the mom? It took down the mom's live testimony. So when they went to break and then brought everybody back into court, it took away completely all of the mom's testimony. So let me see if I could find it on a different level. Sorry about that, you guys, for hanging in there with me. Anybody who is, listen, I'm normally better than this, but shit happens. And I'm having to go through all of this myself and figure it out because I've only done 2 trials like this. So give me a break. Hold on just a minute, guys. Here, let's take a break. Let's pause for the cause while Leanie figures this shit out.
Leanie's got a channel, it's a wild affair. Maggie co-hosts with a comical flair. Prayers and laughter fill the air. Jumping jacks and goofy stares. The glowing screen, hilarity's a cocktail where we dream. Maggie's jokes are a meme machine, turns our blues to yellow and green. Lily needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Brester with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light, creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Back to fun, to the crazy side. Tick tock, time flies by with Maggie's jokes that reach the sky. Leanie grins with a happy sigh. Happiness streaming, no need to cry. Leanie needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Brester with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light, creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Brester with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Brester with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light, light and joy in the middle of the night. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Brester with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning love. Leanie's got a channel, it's a wild affair. Maggie co-hosts with a comical flair. Prayers and laughter fill the air. Jumping jacks and goofy stares. The glowing screen, hilarity's a cocktail where we dream. Maggie's jokes are a meme machine, turns our blues to yellow and green. Lily needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Brester with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light, creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Back to fun, to the crazy out, time flies by with Maggie's jokes that reach the sky. Leanie grins with a happy sigh. Happiness streaming, no need to cry. Leanie needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Bursting with love is more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Creating joy in the middle of the night. Smoke breaks, just a moment of quiet fight. Present with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Present with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning light. Light and joy in the middle of the night. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up. Present with love, it's more than enough. Impromptu vibes like morning love. Leanie's got a channel, it's a wild affair. Maggie co-hosts with a comical flair. Prayers and laughter fill the air. Jumping jacks and goofy stares. The glowing screen, hilarity's a cocktail where we dream. Maggie's jokes are a meme machine, turns our blues to yellow and green. Leanie needs a smoke break, light it up. Life spins crazy, but we fill our cup. Laughter's the anthem, turn it up.
All right, guys, what we're going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and play. This is the sister of Shad Thyrion. I'm going to go ahead and play her testimony. Of course, we're not going to see her on the camera. I don't know how old she is, but I think she was younger than Thad, who was 24 at the time of his death. So let's go ahead and play that, even though, see, this says part 2 of day 1. So I don't understand. I think they took out the mother's testimony altogether. I don't know why, but I'm going to have to research that. So let's just go on with it like the trial is playing out. And then I will still try to find the mother's testimony for us. I don't know if that's something to do because they actually showed her on video, so they couldn't consider her testimony. I don't know what happened. So let's just keep going with this, you guys, and then I'll try to figure out what happened here.
Not seen either of them prior to that time frame, is that right?
Yes.
And did the police want to speak with you at that time?
No.
Did you ultimately go to the Green Bay Police Department and speak with police about what you observed that night?
Yes.
Did that occur that morning, the 23rd?
Yes.
And you told them what you could remember?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Ava.
Mr. Fraley, cross-examination.
Ava, how are you?
All right.
Do you know Taylor Shabusiness?
Yes, when I was a kid.
How do you know her?
My brother's best friend.
Okay. Where did your brother go to high school?
I don't remember.
Okay. But you're going to be a senior this fall?
Sorry?
You're going to be a senior this fall?
Yes.
Where do you go to high school?
Objection, relevance.
I'll withdraw.
Sustained.
I can withdraw. So you have a car, correct?
Yes.
You have a RAV4?
Yes.
And your mom has a car, right?
Yes.
It's a VW Jetta?
Yeah. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay. You've ridden in it?
Huh?
Have you taken a ride in your mom's car in the past?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Steve Hendricks, that's your mom's boyfriend, correct?
Yes.
He's got a car, right?
Yes.
So when you're at the house, when you're at your mom's house, do you all park your cars in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to your dad's wedding, that was on February 22nd, is that right?
Yes.
I think it was a Tuesday, right?
I believe so.
And at some point you the wedding was over and you went to your mom's to spend the night, correct?
Yes.
And did you pull into the driveway at your mom's house on Stony Brook?
I don't remember.
Okay. Typically, when you go to your mom's house, do you park your car in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any other vehicles besides your car, your mom's car, and Steve's car?
Yes.
What else? What other cars did you see?
A van
Where was it?
in the driveway.
When did you see it?
Sorry?
When did you see the van?
When I came back from Dad's wedding.
Okay. So did you pull behind the van then?
No.
Okay. Where did you park your car?
The side of the road.
Okay. Did you went in the house then after the wedding, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I went to my room.
You went straight to your room?
Yes.
Did you talk to your mother at all?
No.
Did she know that you were home?
I don't know.
How about Steve Hendricks? Did you talk to him?
No.
Okay. And you went in your bedroom. Did you leave the door open or did you close the door?
I closed the door.
Okay. And then did you go to sleep?
Yes.
What time did you go to sleep?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember what time you got to your mom's house that day?
No.
But it was in the evening
Yes.
after dinner time?
I don't know.
When you came in the house, did you ever see Taylor Shabusiness in the house on Tuesday, February 22nd of 2022?
No.
Did you see your brother Shad Thyrion in the house on that date?
No.
Did you ever hear his voice?
No.
How about Taylor's voice? Did you hear her voice?
Mumbles.
You didn't know who it was though, correct?
Yes.
Did you go in the basement on February 22nd, that Tuesday?
No.
Did you go in the basement after you woke up when the police came to your house on Wednesday, February 23rd of 2022?
No.
When the police came to your house, is it your testimony that they knocked on your bedroom door
Yes.
and you woke up then?
Yes.
And then you went to the kitchen
Yes.
and did they have you sit by the kitchen table?
Yes.
And then you waited for further directions, correct?
Yes.
And then is it true that at some point then you, your mom, and Steve were all taken down to the police department to talk?
Yes.
Your brother, Shad Thyrion, would he have people come over oftentimes to play video games or hang out in the basement?
Object relevance.
Well, it goes to people coming in the house, people that he would invite
Sustain
over.
the objection. Ask another question.
How often would your brother come to the house?
I don't know.
Was it just kind of sporadic, like kind of whenever?
Yeah.
Okay. There wasn't any kind of set schedule. Is that fair?
Sorry?
There was no set schedule. Is that true?
Yeah.
And were you at the house on Monday, February 21st of 2022?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you get up on February 22nd to look out the window at all?
No.
When you went to bed, you were out. Is that fair to say that you were sleeping until the police knocked on your door?
Yes.
You didn't wake up to go get something to eat or anything like that?
No.
And the house at 829 Stony Brook Lane, there's a basement down there, correct?
Yes.
It's kind of like a finished basement, right?
Yes.
And then there's the floor level with a kitchen, living room, and your bedroom, right?
Yes.
Bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And then the upstairs, kind of like the loft area, that's where your mom and Mr. Hendricks, that's their bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were there on February 22nd, you couldn't hear any conversations or anything like that, correct?
Yes.
That's true, right?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect.
I have no redirect. I just want to confirm that the state had not subpoenaed this witness. I want to make sure that she's released from the defense subpoena.
Yes, she can be released.
All right, very good. You can step down. State's next witness.
Judge, I think we could call another witness. However, this is a good natural break in the state's case at this point in time. I wonder if the court would entertain allowing us to break for the noon hour at this time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10 minutes to 12. We're going to break for lunch. And I'm going to ask that you be back in the jury room, ready to go at 1 o'clock. All right? All rise for the jury.
You're only the judge, sir.
I know. Nobody cares what I said. We'll get there when we're good and ready. Jose, you brought that up earlier.
So I think it's possible that portions of the amended report wander into areas where
Okay, if you want to step up right over here and just walk right up here, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she will place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
My name is Petra Schwab.
And then if you could just make sure you stay close to the microphone so we can hear you. All right, and then with that, Mr. Lizay, the witness is yours.
Ms. Schwab, can you state for the record how you are employed?
I am employed by the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what is your position with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
My current position is the Director of Operations.
And how long have you been employed with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
About 6.5 years.
And do you have experience in that general field prior to your work with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
And what is that experience?
I did both my studies and initial employment in Cape Town, South Africa.
And what type of work did you do in Cape Town that was consistent with this type of medical examiner work?
I was mainly involved in the investigation of deaths which were fire related.
And can you describe your educational background?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Human Life Science. And in South Africa, we have a one-year postgraduate degree, which is called an honors degree. And that degree is in biological anthropology. I then did my master's degree in biomedical forensic science.
And what other positions have you held at the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office?
I started off as the deputy lead medical legal investigator. I then moved up to the lead medical legal investigator and have since been moved into the director of operations position.
And what was your position with the Brown County Medical Examiner's Office in February of 2022?
In February of 2022, I would have been the lead medical legal investigator.
And what is a medical legal investigator?
So essentially, you could see us almost as a nurse in the hospital. We're the eyes and ears for the doctor, for our forensic pathologist. So we do that initial investigation on scene, the initial assessment on scene, and then that is reviewed by our chief medical examiner.
And you talked about a forensic pathologist. What does the forensic pathologist generally do?
So generally, a forensic pathologist, if they're board certified, they are the ones that actually perform the autopsies and oversee all of the investigations the office does.
At the time of this event in February of 2022, who was the chief medical examiner that you were working under in Brown County?
There was a transition between chiefs, but the medical examiner that I was working with on this case was Dr. Vincent Tranquita. I apologize for not remembering if he was the chief at the time because there was a switch over in leadership.
But Dr. Tranquita was the forensic pathologist who was assigned to this case?
Correct.
And at the time of this event in February of 2022, which office was Dr. Tranquita stationed out of?
Dr. Tranquita worked for the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office. At the time, Brown County had a contract with Dane County for oversight from forensic pathologists, and they provided our autopsy services as well.
And that's not currently the setup, is that right?
No, we have since hired our own chief medical examiner who is a forensic pathologist. So we are now independently performing autopsies here in Brown County.
But as it existed in February 2022, that was the standard practice for Brown County, correct? To use the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office for autopsies?
Correct.
And talk generally about the process that you use when you are called out to the death scene by law enforcement.
Generally, it can happen in different ways, but the most common would be that the 911 dispatch center, they give the on-call investigator a call and they let them know what they are responding to and where the address of where they're needed. Sometimes we get calls directly from detectives. Sometimes we get call from the hospital or a hospice agency. But for scene responses, most commonly it's through the 911 dispatch center to the on-call investigator.
And on this particular day, February 23rd of 2022, what was the process for you to get called out to the scene at 829 Stony Brook?
So that morning, I believe a call was placed to our office by a detective with the Green Bay Police Department, just informing our office of the situation. That call was taken by the on-call investigator that was in the office at the time. And the policy at that, which is still in place, is that they are to then notify the lead medical legal investigator, which would have been me at that time, of such a case.
And once you were notified, what did you do?
I then tried to gather a bit more information. Things were very preliminary at that stage, and we asked to be notified once they were ready for us.
And did you receive follow-up notification from the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
And what did you do then before going out to the scene?
Before going to the scene, I just made sure that I had all of my supplies. We had a general understanding of what the case was that we were going to. So I made sure that I had all of the supplies I may need. And then using the on-duty vehicle, I would have traveled to the scene.
And were you or was law enforcement responsible for notifying then the actual medical examiner or the forensic pathologist?
I was actually, when I was initially notified that morning, I would have notified Dane County's Director of Operations, and they in turn would have notified Dr. Tranquita, the forensic pathologist, that his response would be needed. And we kept in touch that morning with regards to a general time, seeing that they would be coming up from Madison. We just wanted to make sure that we timed things out correctly. And obviously with law enforcement needing to do what they need to do prior to us coming, we were just waiting for that notification when they were ready for us.
And do you know about what time you arrived on scene that morning?
It was probably around 11 o'clock in the morning.
When you arrived on scene, what did you do?
I would have introduced myself to police officers on scene, and I believe I placed PPE on and entered the living room area of the residence, where there were various members of law enforcement, and they briefed me on the scene and what information they had at that point.
What was your understanding about the information law enforcement had collected at that point?
My understanding was that the head of a male individual had been found in the basement, and that they had reason to believe that there were additional human remains within the basement. They had informed me that they had a suspect at that time, and they informed me that there might be a secondary location for human remains as well.
And you mentioned PPE. What is PPE and what is the purpose of using it?
Sure, I apologize. PPE would generally be personal protective equipment. So we use that both to protect ourselves as well as the integrity of the scene. So in this case, it would have been a Tyvek suit or a bunny suit, which would have been included booties, and it goes all over, and it even has a hood around your face. So, and I would have, once we went down into the basement, I would have been wearing gloves. I probably was not wearing gloves initially.
So did you make your way toward the basement of that residence prior to the arrival of Dr. Tranquita?
Correct. We tried to make the pronouncement of death as soon as possible from when we arrived. So once we gathered information, or once I discussed information with law enforcement at least, then I would have proceeded down to the basement just for a cursory view of what the situation was, as well as to pronounce death.
And were you able to do that based on your initial observations on scene?
Yes.
And again, is that something that it's typical that you would do if you're able to prior to the arrival of the doctor?
Yes.
And were you able to collect identifying information about the person that was deceased?
Yes. Law enforcement provided the presumptive identification at that point, provided a name and date of birth, and we later then also asked for additional photographic evidence of for identification purposes for comparing.
And did the deceased have any distinct marks that allowed you to easily identify him?
Yes, he had a tattoo on his I forget which side it was, but on one of the temporal regions on the side of your head here, it would have been a question mark.
And after identification was made, what did you do? After pronouncement and identification were made, what did you do?
I would have backed out the scene and waited outside until Dr. Tranquita arrived so that we would do the rest of our duties together.
After Dr. Tranquita arrived, describe what steps you took at that point.
So we were working very closely with the Green Bay Police Department's forensic science unit with this case. So we were moving around the scene kind of together. And the first thing that we would have approached would have been the bucket with the human head in it.
And where was that located?
It was located downstairs in the basement, just to the right as you came down the stairs into the finished portion of the basement, which seemed to be used as a bedroom. So there was a bucket at the bottom of those stairs to the right.
Once you made contact with that bucket, or what would be essentially the first container with human remains, can you describe the process that you used in order to collect that evidence?
So we made the decision to use smaller body bags. So essentially would be infant and child body bags. So we would have placed a body bag out. For the bucket, it was a infant-sized body bag with a evidence sheet laid over it. We would have then removed what we found in the bucket individually, photographed it. Once it was documented and photographed, we would have wrapped the evidence sheet up and then placed that in the body bag and closed that body bag. And then written on the body bag as to, we decided to label the body bags as to which container they were in.
After processing that first container, container 1, the bucket, what did you do then?
We moved on to the next container, which we suspected had human remains in it. There was, I believe it's a blue bag, was the second container that we looked at from the outside. Well, let me back it up. The blue bag would have been on a dresser in front of the bed in the basement. And there seemed to be what looked like some human tissue on the outside of the bag. And so we decided to focus in on that bag next.
And did you use a similar process with that particular container?
Correct. We took the container and put it onto the evidence sheet that we had laid out with the body bag we had laid out, and we would have slowly emptied what we found in that bag while we were documenting and photographing what was found.
And once you processed the blue bag, was your attention then drawn to a subsequent container?
Yes, we then focused in on a backpack, which was a pink and black backpack that was at the bottom of the bed, the foot of the bed, on the floor. It seemed to have some blood staining on the outside, so we focused in on that bag next.
And I should ask, with respect to the blue bag as well, did you find a substantial amount of human remains within that receptacle?
The blue receptacle?
Correct.
Yes, we did find some human remains in the blue receptacle.
And then how about the pink backpack?
The pink backpack, so we would have done the same process. We had a body bag laid out with an evidence sheet. We placed the bag on the sheets, and then we unzipped, starting with the front zip towards the back, and we unzipped each zipper and would remove whatever we found and document and photograph that.
If there are items other than human remains that are found within those containers that might have evidentiary value, what was done with those items?
So if there are any items other than the human remains, the medical examiner's office, our purview is the human remains. So if there are other items of evidentiary value or possible evidentiary value, that's generally collected by law enforcement.
Okay. And were there other items of evidentiary value that were found within those containers while you were there?
Yes, we found knives in, I don't remember if all of the bags had knives, but we found multiple knives throughout the bags.
And those are items that would have been within the purview of law enforcement?
Correct. We would have taken them out. We would have photographed them ourselves. And as I said, we were working very closely with the forensic science unit from Green Bay. So they were taking photos at the same time we were, and then they would have collected those knives.
So after you found and processed the human remains that were contained in the pink and black backpack, what was the next container that you noted?
The next container we moved to was a blue tote bin that was on the floor at the head of the bed, and it had a bunch of laundry or I can't remember if it's clothing or blankets, but something on top of it. And there seemed to be a small amount of blood on the outside of the tote bin. And so we would have moved our attention to that at that stage. And we slowly removed what was on top until we could see what was in the tote bin.
And what did you note in the tote bin?
In the tote bin, we found a substantial amount of blood at the bottom of the tote bin. We also found a torso of a human male.
In terms of the other significant body parts that would have been located within the tote bin, do you recall what was located within the tote?
So the torso with the arms attached, there would have been other fragmented remains. There was some muscle tissue and certain organs.
So those are the 4 containers that we've discussed already. In addition to the 4 containers, were there any other containers located in the room that had a substantial amount of human remains?
No. There were some other containers or some other backpacks that we peeked in, but there was no other remains found in the basement.
And so you found remains in 4 separate containers in the areas that were not the containers. So in general, in the living space in the basement, what were your observations about the living space?
So one of my first observations, I guess, would have been that as you walk into the basement, there really wasn't a significant amount of blood that we could see as you walked in. We would have later noted, once we moved some things off the bed, that there was what appeared to be blood staining on the mattress, and perhaps some small little pieces of tissue that were suspected to be human tissue in the carpeted area. But there was a shower in a laundry room nearby, and there seemed to be, again, some small pieces of what could have been human tissue.
Is it fair to say that relative to the amount of damage to the body that you observed, there was not a lot of blood or tissue that was readily available outside of the containers?
Correct. I would definitely say that I would have thought there would have been more blood on the scene outside of those containers.
And from a medical legal standpoint, what is the potential significance of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think it calls for a professional opinion.
Foundation?
Overruled. Go ahead and answer if you can.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. So from a medical legal standpoint, when you see as much damage to the body as you noted, but then don't see as much tissue or blood throughout the room, is there any potential significance from an investigative standpoint based on your training and experience?
There are various things that it might spark me to think. One of the things would be, did it happen here? Another thing would be would make me think, how did this happen? How did this take place? In such a way that the blood was collected and not all of the blood I would expect to have been in the human body was necessarily in that tote bin or amongst the other containers. So it would just spark questions as to how this would have occurred.
Did you locate all of the significant body parts that you were looking for that were associated with the deceased at that scene on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Did you know if parts were missing?
Yes.
What did you know was missing from the body?
So as we were going, we were trying to make sure that at least the remains that we were finding were consistent with one person. And by the time we were done processing the human remains in the basement, we seemed to be missing a significant portion of the lower limbs.
And did you obtain any information about where those items may potentially be located?
We were informed that they may potentially
Objection,
be.
hearsay, Your Honor.
Not as offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, I'm offering it to support how she later goes to a different location, how she gets there.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
We were informed that there were potential human remains in a van that had been towed by the Green Bay Police Department to their evidence storage unit.
Did you ultimately respond to that location?
Yes.
And who went with you to the evidence storage unit?
Dr. Tranquita would have been with me too, as well as various members of the Green Bay Police Department.
And upon arrival at the storage unit, Did you continue to use your PPE and all of the other evidence processing techniques that you discussed earlier?
Correct. We would have used a new set of PPE once we arrived at that location.
And what did you do once you arrived at that location?
So we initially just took photographs of the outside of the vehicle. I don't believe that the police had processed the vehicle yet at all. They were waiting to do that in conjunction with us. So we kind of peered in, just noting what was in the vehicle, and then we would have opened the doors and the trunk to take a look just at a general view of what was in the vehicle.
And did you locate anything of significance or any human remains within the vehicle?
Yes, we ultimately did find a crock pot box that had human remains in the box.
Do you recall specifically what you recovered in the crock pot?
We would
box?
have recovered the full set of we would have recovered parts of both lower limbs.
And were those then collected using a similar methodology as what you described at Stony Brook?
Correct. So we took the crock pot box outside of the van. We placed that on some paper material next to our evidence sheet, and then we unpacked what was found in the crock pot box and documented and photographed that as we had previously.
And what did you do once you packaged the human remains at the scene at Green Bay Evidence?
So we would have closed the evidence sheet, put it in the body bag, sealed that body bag, and transported the remains to our the Brown County Medical Examiner's cooler.
And where is that located? Or was it at the time?
Yeah, we have changed location since, but at the time we had a temporary cooler out at the Brown County Highway Department.
And once it's placed in storage at the temporary cooler, what is the process for moving the remains to another location?
So while we were contracted with Dane County, seeing that all our examinations or autopsies would take place down in Madison, so Dane County, as part of their contract with us, had a transport van and an individual that was hired as a driver. So they would have come up and collected the body bags from us, and it's a cooled van, and then that's transported down to Dane County for further examination.
And I should backtrack because I don't think I asked this question with respect to Stony Brook. What happened with the remains that were taken into the possession of the medical examiner's office at the Stony Brook address?
For the home address, we, as I described previously, we had packaged each container into a body bag each. Those smaller body bags were then all placed together in one larger adult-sized body bag, and that body bag was sealed and dated, signed, timed. The policy of our office is to have funeral homes assist with adult-sized human remains, and so we would have contacted the closest funeral home just for assistance with transport. And I believe the closest funeral home would be Blaney Funeral Home. So they came to the scene, and because usually I would follow with the funeral home to the cooler, but in this instance, when we knew we had another scene to go to, I had our morgue technician at the time. She came to the scene and then made that transport with Blaney Funeral Home for us so that I could go to the next scene.
And the information about the transportation logs that are associated with the remains, is that something that in your current role you have access to those records, and that's a record maintained in the regular course of business?
The information regarding transport?
Correct.
Correct. We do document that.
And do you know if that was documented in this case?
Yes,
As part of your work in this case, did you prepare a report?
I did.
Have you reviewed that report prior to court here today?
Yes.
Which one you was marked as Exhibit 4? Can you identify that document?
That appears to be the report. It would be the face sheet of our medical examiner's office report, as well as the portion of the report that is mine.
Go ahead and move for the addition of Exhibit 4.
The objection.
No objection.
4 is received.
And then could you describe for the record Exhibits 5 and 6?
Exhibit 5 is a photograph of the larger adult-sized body bag that we would have placed those smaller body bags within at the Stony Brook address. It is labeled as Shad Thyrion, and there are the bag appears to be sealed, as well as initials that say sealed by PS at 1506 on 2/23/22.
And the next exhibit, what is that?
Sorry?
And the following exhibit, did you describe that one as well? I apologize.
Sure. Exhibit 6 is a child-sized body bag. This would have been at the Green Bay storage unit location, which had the remains found in the crockpot box. This is sealed, and it is labeled as container number 5, crockpot box van. And by the seal number, it says sealed by Petra at 1634 on 2/23/22.
I would move for the admission of Exhibits 5 and 6 as well, and I would ask for permission to publish 5 and 6 via the screen.
Any objection to the admission of those exhibits, Mr. Fraley?
No objection to admission of Exhibits 5 and 6, but I would object to publication, Your Honor. It's already been described.
And overrule the objection. You can now publish those.
Ms. Schwab, does the screen, I think there's a screen down in front here as well. Is the screen accurately depict what is contained in Exhibit 5?
Correct.
And then I think if it's toward the right-hand side of the screen or the photo where it indicates the name and then the information that you indicated about the date and the sealing, that's toward the right side of the photo, is that correct?
Correct. Near the zipper there, but with the seal.
And the purpose of the seal and signature again?
It's to document chain of custody, essentially. When I sealed that bag, and then once it gets to Dane County for autopsy, does that seal tag still match? There's numbers on that seal tag. So that is documented both on scene and then again prior to autopsy. Before cutting that seal, they make sure that it is still that same seal that I initially had placed, and they document it too.
And then the photograph that's now depicted on the screen, is that Exhibit 6?
Yes.
And again, contains the information that you indicated about what is contained inside and then the signature and seal.
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Fraley.
Ms. Schwab, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Different parts of the body of the deceased were in different areas, correct?
Correct.
Some parts were at the Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
In the basement?
Correct.
And then some other body parts were inside of a gold Town and Country minivan, correct?
Correct.
And that minivan was found in the parking lot of Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
That would have been found by law enforcement. The street name does ring a bell, but they would have towed it from that location that they found it to the storage room or storage warehouse that I responded to.
You saw the minivan at the police storage unit, correct?
Correct.
And that was with Dr. Tranchita?
Correct.
Is it Tranquita?
Tranquita.
Okay, thank you. You were given some information as to what may or may not have happened at the 829 Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Correct.
And you went there for the very first time on February 23rd of 2022?
Correct.
What time did you get to the Stony Brook home?
Would have been around 11 a.m.
In the morning?
Correct.
And you were let in by law enforcement?
Yes.
Who let you in, do you know?
It would have been a detective. I do not remember which. There were multiple detectives at the scene.
Did you talk to the owners of the house?
Not at that time, no. They were not present.
When you got there, you already had your PPE gear on?
Hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And then did you immediately go down into the basement?
Not immediately, no.
Okay. How long did it take before you went into the basement?
Probably about 15 to 20 minutes.
What took so long before you went down in the basement?
They were briefing me on what had occurred, and they were making sure that I was okay to go down there because they were processing, I believe, already. So we would just have been discussing what had been found so far, what information we had so far prior to taking me down.
So you had to be cleared, so to speak?
So to speak.
Okay. And when you went down the stairs, what was the first thing you looked at?
As I went down the stairs, I would have turned to my right, which would have been a finished portion that seemed to be used as mixed-use area, bedroom type area. And I would have probably turned my attention to the bucket that was at the bottom of the stairs that I had been made aware of.
Okay. You looked at the bucket and the contents?
Correct.
Downstairs, fair to say that if you go to the right, it's kind of like a living area where you could sleep or watch TV or hang out, correct?
Correct.
Did you see like a Pac-Man game down there, video game?
I remember some sort of console game, but yeah.
Do you see a round table down there?
Yeah.
And lots of clutter, lots of things.
Yes.
With regards to the bucket, what color was it?
Black.
And you did your investigation with regards to the contents of the bucket, correct?
Correct.
When you got there, had the scene been disturbed in any way from what you know?
From what I know, there was a disturbance probably when the bucket was found, but I don't believe anything else had really been disturbed. I believe Green Bay Police Department perhaps had started putting out their little evidence markers, but they hadn't necessarily removed any remains or, as far as I was made aware, removed any evidentiary items.
When you were at the Stony Brook property, did you call Dr. Tranquita?
I would have called him prior to going to the house.
Did he give you any directions on what you should do or shouldn't do?
I think the directions would have come through their director of operations, and we have standing policies that in cases where homicide might be suspected, that we go into the scene, pronounce death, exit the scene, get some basic information for them, and wait for their arrival before proceeding with any further examination.
After you looked at the bucket and the contents of the bucket, did you pronounce death then, or?
Yes.
Okay. What was the time of death?
I would have to check my report.
Was it sometime after 11 a.m.?
Yes.
Did you know of any other concerns that were in the basement after you looked at the bucket?
I was notified that they suspected that there were human remains in other receptacles or other containers within the basement.
Okay. So in the basement, there was like either a dresser or TV stand. Is that fair?
Correct.
And there was I think you said a blue bag on the dresser or on the TV stand?
Among other things, yes, a blue bag was noted.
Well, the blue bag, was it a Jimmy Choo like duffel bag that you can zip and has handles on it?
I'm unsure what the brand name was, but yeah, it was a rectangular shaped blue bag with handles.
Okay. Something you could maybe put clothes in or something, correct?
Yeah.
And where was that located?
That was located on the dresser that was in front of the bed.
Was there a TV on this dresser?
I don't remember if there was.
Any evidence of drugs on the dresser?
Law enforcement had pointed out some items on the dresser that they believed to be drugs.
Meth?
I do believe that they said that they thought it was methamphetamine.
Okay. Pipes?
Yes.
With regards to the bag that we're talking about with the handles, you had gloves on at the time?
Correct.
When did you put your gloves on?
Sorry, could you?
When did
repeat?
you put your gloves on? Do you remember?
What did I put my gloves
No,
on?
when? When did
Oh,
you put
when?
them? Yeah.
We would have put gloves on in the basement prior to touching any items.
Okay. So you had the gloves on before you inspected the black container or bucket?
Correct.
Did anybody assist you with removing items from the duffel bag?
Dr. Tranquita and I were removing the items together.
Had you ever seen anything like this before in your experience?
I have seen mutilation, but nothing to this extent before.
Never saw a head in the bucket, correct?
Correct.
So after you looked at the bag on the dresser, then is that when you turned your attention to the backpack?
Yes, after the blue bag on the dresser, we would have then turned our attention to a black and pink backpack that was on the floor at the foot of the bed.
Now, the bed in this basement, were there mattresses that were stacked on top of each other, or what can you tell me about that?
I remember that they were 3 items. I don't know if it's 2 mattresses and 1 base versus 2 bases and 1 mattress, but 3 things stacked as a bed.
Okay. There was it wasn't like a headboard and a footboard, correct?
No.
Just basically mattresses, correct?
Yeah.
And you went over to this backpack, right?
Yes.
Was it an Under Armour backpack?
I would probably have to check photographs for the brand.
But it had some colors to it? Did it have colors like black and pink or something?
Yes, it was black and pink, and there was some red staining on the outside,
Why did you focus on that?
probably because of the red staining.
Did you discover that, or did someone else point that to your attention?
When we were walking around just looking at the scene together, it would have been in conjunction with law enforcement.
Okay.
And we would have, tried to lift it, and it seemed suspiciously heavy for a backpack.
And did you have to unzip that Under Armour backpack?
Yes, we unzipped each zip from front to back and looked at the contents.
And you removed the contents from that Under Armour backpack?
Correct.
And what'd you do with it?
We placed everything that we found within the backpack on an evidence sheet that was then placed into a body bag.
And you took some photographs, right?
Correct.
What were these items in that Under Armour backpack?
There were various fragments of human remains.
Tissue?
Yes, human tissue.
I think the other container you said was a blue tote.
Yes.
And where was that?
That would be on the floor at what I consider the head of the bed.
Was it by the wall?
Yes, between the bed and the wall.
Was that area of the basement kind of dark?
Yes.
The lighting wasn't very good?
No.
And there was items on top of this tote?
Yes. If I remember correctly, it was laundry items.
Blankets?
It could have been blankets, it could have been clothes, or a combination thereof.
And did you see some blood on the outside of the tote?
Yes.
Would you say it was a teal tote?
Yes.
And are you the one that took the blanket or the clothes off of the tote?
I believe we were doing that in conjunction with a detective from Green Bay Police Department.
Do you remember the name of the detective that was with you?
There were multiple. It was Detective Cassie Pakala and Phil Scanlon that were mainly assisting.
They were both there?
Correct.
Was that tote difficult to see?
No,
Would it be difficult to see if you were coming down the stairs as you get off the last stair?
not necessarily, no.
But it was towards the back of the basement, is that correct?
Yes.
So the black bucket, the duffel bag with the two handles, the Under Armour backpack and the blue tote, those items apparently had human remains in them?
Correct.
And you didn't know whose remains they belonged to, did you?
They had given us the presumptive ID, and especially the head, we had already, by use of that tattoo and the booking photograph provided by Green Bay Police Department, we were fairly certain that we had the correct identity. And seeing at that point that the inventory that we'd been doing so far had only indicated remains that were consistent with one human male, at that point, we were comfortable that these remains were all belonging to the same person.
Who was able to confirm that? Was that done later when the remains were transported to Dane County?
Correct. That would have been a more thorough inventory of all of the fragments collected to make sure that these essentially complete a full human male.
So the full identification was not done at Stony Brook. It was done in the medical examiner's office in Dane County, correct?
Ultimately.
And fair to say that both you and the detectives had a lot of questions on what occurred and how this could occur, true?
Yes.
And everybody was trying to figure out what happened. Is that true?
Yes.
Chain of custody was followed?
As far as the human remains that I was involved with, yes.
And the bucket, the duffel bag, the Under Armour backpack, and the blue tote, were those all taken from Stony Brook, from the Stony Brook Lane home and brought to the police department for further examination?
I did not remove them myself, so it was likely removed by the Green Bay Police Department, but we, as the medical examiner's office, do not collect those sorts of items.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you can step down. Thank you. Thank you. You can handle these exhibits, ma'am. You can just. Okay, thank you. State's next witness.
State calls Michelle Zarneski.
Okay, if you want to step right up over here. And before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Yes. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Michelle Shaneski. MICHELLECZARNESKI.
Okay. And with that, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed with the City of Green Bay, the Green Bay Police Department, in the forensics unit.
And how long have you been employed with the forensics unit?
Almost 5 years.
And can you outline for us what sort of training you've received for your current occupation?
I have an associate's degree in forensic science. I am a certified crime scene analyst through the International Association for Identification. And I have various other trainings related to crime scenes, including crime scene photography, alternate light source, and shooting recon.
And you've been sort of working in that capacity for the last 5 years?
Yes.
So can you outline for us, I guess, what are some of the duties you're commonly asked to perform for your department?
We were asked to process crime scenes. We would photograph, do videotape, search for evidence, and collect evidence.
And you kind of use the we. Are there other members of your team that you commonly work with?
Yes.
And who are they?
Kristen McMullen and Bailey Andre.
And is it commonly the case that you sort of work in tandem with those people in the performance of your duties?
Yes.
For instance, if one person's photographing things, the other's collecting it, things like that?
Correct.
All right. So then I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Were you working in that same capacity on that day?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to a residence on Stony Brook Lane on that day?
Yes, I do.
And was another member of your team with you?
Yes.
And who was that?
Forensic specialist Bailey Andre.
And what sort of information did you learn when you arrived at that residence?
That there was a body part located in a bucket.
And I guess at that point, that's the sum of the information you had at that point?
Yes.
What did you do at that point?
Once the warrant was signed, I was able to videotape the exterior and interior of the scene. And then Bailey Andre did the photographs, and then I labeled the evidence.
So at some point when you're at the Stony Brook residence, are you involved in evidence collection?
Yes.
And can you outline for us what goes into you collecting an item of evidence?
Once we locate a piece of evidence, we would label it with either a evidence placard, or if it was a swab that needs to be collected, it would be labeled with a sticker. So each exhibit collected would have its own separate number or exhibit. Then it would be photographed, and then it would be collected.
And what sort of outfit or attire are you wearing when you're collecting these items of evidence?
We had a Tyvek suit on and rubber gloves.
And that's commonly in your practice what you wear during processing crime scenes?
These type of scenes, correct.
All right. And you did so in this case too?
Yes.
So you mentioned part of what you were doing was collecting items of evidence. Were you also taking swabs of various surfaces as well?
Yes.
And what sort of areas did you swab in this case?
If we located any kind of red substance that could possibly be blood, that was swabbed.
And did you collect a fair number of those swabs in the basement?
Yes.
Those were items that you were responsible for collecting and maintaining?
Correct.
Can you generally for us describe the process of what we mean when we're using the word swab?
It's like a Q-tip with a cap on it. It's in a separate package, so each swab is individually packaged, sterile. We typically have an assistant help us. So if I were swabbing, I would have clean gloves on and I would not touch anything. And in this case, forensic specialist Bailey Andre assisted me with collecting these swabs, and she would open the package of the swab and then I would grab it without touching anything else. She would place a couple drops of distilled water on the swab without touching the distilled water to the tip of the swab itself to prevent contamination. And then I would swab the area of interest.
In addition to collecting those swabs of various surfaces, what sorts of items of evidence did you collect as well?
I collected a Clorox wipe container, a Pantene shampoo container. There was 2 dog choke collars I collected, a wooden box, a dildo, a shot bottle.
I guess as you're kind of going through the scene, does it become apparent certain items of that are located in the basement may have some evidentiary value?
Yes.
I want to ask about some of those in particular. You mentioned there were 2 dog collars that were located.
Correct.
And were those items that you collected and took into evidence?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 7 and 8. First, I'll ask, do you recognize exhibit 7?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe that to be?
It's a silver dog choke collar located on the bar table.
And how do you know that's what's contained in that envelope?
My evidence description.
Are there also various initials on the packaging as well?
Yes, there is.
And what do those signify?
My initials and then the date it was collected.
So for instance, MMC, does that refer to yourself?
Correct.
And you noted there was an evidence description. What does that information signify?
It lists the evidence placard from the scene that I had placed next to this exhibit. It's my description, and then the location where it was located.
I'm also going to show you exhibit 8. Do you recognize exhibit 8?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe exhibit 8 to be?
Silver dog choke collar chain.
And how are you able to determine that?
Again, it has my description, my initials, and date.
So both exhibits 7 and 8 were those items that you collected from the basement of the Stony Brook residence?
Yes.
And then once you collect an item of evidence, what happens to it?
It is placed in the evidence submittal room in a secure area.
Do you maintain custody and control of those items?
Yes, until it's placed into the locker.
All right. So you take an item of evidence from a location, kind of keep it in your custody and control until it's entered into the evidence room. Is that fair?
Correct.
You went through some of the items that you collected. When you were in the basement of the Stony Brook residence, did you also collect items that were determined to be knives?
Yes,
Okay, and do you recall approximately how many knives were located in that basement?
there were 6 of them.
Do you remember where they were located?
I located 3 of them in one of the bags, 2 of them in the pail, the black bucket, and then 1 of them in the teal tote.
And those 6 knives, were those items that you collected as well?
Yes.
I ask you about one of those in particular. First, I'll show you exhibit number 9. Do you recognize exhibit number 9?
Yes, I do.
And what do you believe that to be?
It's a knife with a silver blade and brown wood handle with red substance.
And is that an item that you collected?
Yes.
And if you recall, where was that knife collected from?
This was collected from a Jimmy Choo bag that was located on a TV stand in the basement.
And is that an item you collected from the basement and entered into evidence as well?
Yes.
Apart from your sort of description of what's contained in there, are there any other unique identifiers that helps you classify what that exhibit is?
Yes, it has my computer number, which is 543.
Okay. And then is that sort of a way for you to identify this is an item I collected?
Yes, each employee with the police department has its own 3-digit code.
And what item or exhibit number is that item, exhibit number 9 specifically?
543033.
And that's sort of a unique identifier to that item of evidence?
Correct.
Apart from your time, and before I leave actually the basement, when you're collecting these items of evidence, you mentioned Ms. Andre is with you as well.
Yes.
Is she photographing essentially what you're doing?
Correct.
And apart from your time in the basement of Stony Brook, did you process any other scene on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
It was in our offsite storage location.
And I guess what did you process?
It was a Chrysler minivan.
At that point, it had been brought to the your, I guess, secure facility?
Yep.
Okay. And what did you observe or locate in the van?
We observed a crackpot box with a human remains in it. We collected several swabs from the door handles of the minivan.
The crockpot box that was located, did that contain any objects?
Yes.
And what did that contain?
I'm sorry, say that?
What did that box contain?
I believe it was human remains inside of it with some clothing.
I want to then ask about those were items we've talked about that you've collected. Was there a date that you subsequently assisted Ms. Andre with processing the specific items themselves?
Yes.
And I guess what items were processed?
The crackpot box, the Schott bottle, the Clorox wipe container, the knives.
And by process, what do we mean?
They were rephotographed. The knives were swabbed and photographed with scale. And then some items were dusted for fingerprints.
So when you're at a scene and you're swabbing a particular area, there are sometimes you do swabs on scene. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
But are there times then where you later, with individual objects, process them further?
Yes.
And that's what was done in this case?
Correct.
While counsel's reviewing those exhibits, were you the one physically processing those exhibits on that date?
On the 25th?
Yes.
I was photographing.
Okay. And who is physically doing the swabbing of those items?
Forensic specialist Andre.
But you sort of photographed the exhibits during that process? I'm going to show you exhibits 10 through 15, and I'll ask you to thumb through those, and then let me know when you're completed.
Okay.
Do you recognize exhibits 10 through 15?
Yes.
And what are those?
Exhibit 10 is a photograph of a Clorox wipes container. Exhibit 11 is the Schott bottle. Exhibit 12 is a photograph of the back of the Schott bottle. Exhibit 13 is a photograph of a knife. Exhibit 14 is a photograph of the knife with scale. And Exhibit 15 is a photograph of the crackpot box.
Are all those photographs that you took in this case?
Yes.
One of the things you mentioned earlier on in some of your duties sometimes, I believe you said alternative light source, is that right?
Yes.
And what is that?
ALS is a light that uses specific wavelengths to detect certain kind of materials like biological fluids, like bone, latent prints, anything that's not visible by the naked eye.
Is that something that you're trained to perform in?
Yes.
Was that done in this case?
Yes.
Can you describe when and where that was done?
It was done on the 24th in the basement.
And what specific areas were you looking at and utilizing that alternative light source method?
We used the ALS at in the shower at the basement and then also near the mattress.
And what sort of, I guess, Can you describe the process of ALS in terms of like what are you looking to locate?
We were looking to locate any type of biological evidence, specifically blood. In blood, when you use an ALS, the blood actually will absorb, so it'll appear as a dark color. At that point, then if we locate anything, we can swab it. It's more of a presumptive test, and those swabs will be sent to the crime lab.
Essentially, you're detecting things that you couldn't see by your naked eye.
Correct.
All right. And that was done on the 24th?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ernest. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you. When you say the 24th, are you talking about February 24th of 2022?
Yes.
And you utilize the alternate light source method to as part of your investigation?
Correct.
Tell me a little bit more detail about that. Is it a light or what is it? What kind of device is it?
We actually had Ashwaubenon and Public Safety come in with their Crime Light Auto. Holly Moss is the one who conducted that. So I just assisted her with it. It's a light that uses different wavelengths to be able to detect anything that you can't visually see by the naked eye.
What was that lady's name?
Holly Moss.
Holly Moss?
Correct.
So she was the one doing the ALS at Stony Brook in the basement, correct?
Correct.
And you were there to kind of observe?
And assist.
Okay. So on February 23rd of 2022, were you called in to help with the scene at 829 Stony Brook Lane?
Yes.
Were you called by Lieutenant Detective Brad Strouf?
No, I was called by now Captain Pagoon.
Okay. And both you and Specialist Andre met up at Stony Brook?
Correct.
Did you pull up in one of those big police evidence vans?
We arrived. Bailey, Andre, and I both arrived in our crime scene truck.
Okay. That's a special truck for crime scene processing?
Correct.
You've got all the supplies in the truck?
Yes.
And you rolled right up in front of 829 Stony Brook?
Correct.
And then you met with Lieutenant Strouf then at the house?
Correct.
And then a short time later, Detective Scanlon arrived on the scene?
That's correct.
And then you also met with Patrol Sergeant Kurt Brester, correct?
Correct.
And then Sergeant Brester gave you some information about the scene, correct?
Yes.
Gave you some details?
Correct.
And then you had consent from the homeowner to kind of process the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then Detective Scanlon gave both you and Specialist Andre kind of a walkthrough of the house, correct?
Correct.
Did you just go in the basement or did you go upstairs? Did you go in the kitchen area? Did you go through the whole house? What did you do?
I videotaped the entire house.
Okay. But when you went inside, did you go inside all of the areas of the house that you can?
Yes.
Okay. So you went upstairs, right?
I did, correct.
Okay. And you videotaped the exterior of this house, correct?
Correct.
An investigator or specialist, Andre, photographed the house as well.
Correct.
Was that the interior?
She did the interior and exterior as well.
Okay. So you both took video footage of, or you took the video footage inside and out, and she took pictures inside and out.
Correct.
Okay. I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah.
And then were you told that you had to wait because the Detective Scanlon was waiting for a search warrant?
Correct.
And you're told to wait until that process was complete. Is that right?
Correct.
And after that, then you had the green light to go and do your investigation, correct?
Right.
At some point, Detective Cassie Pacula arrived as well.
That's correct.
So then you went upstairs and videotaped upstairs?
Correct.
Did you see anything that was concerning upstairs?
Not that I recall.
You had to turn on some lights in multiple rooms to get a better view, correct?
Correct.
And then at some point, is it fair to say that the Brown County Investigator Petra Schwab came there,
Correct.
and also the forensic pathologist from Dane County, Dr. Vincent Tranquita, he also arrived.
Yes.
A lot of people at the house, correct?
Yes.
Did there were some cell phones on the kitchen table? Those were collected, correct?
Correct.
And then you assisted with collecting these different phones, correct?
That's correct.
One maybe it was a blue one, or two blue ones and a black one.
I don't recall what colors they were.
They each had a different colored case, correct?
Yes.
Then you did some swabbing of DNAs on these cell phones, is that right?
I don't recall if I swabbed the cell phones.
You did a lot of different swabs of the door and the locks and the handles and all of that, correct?
That's correct.
You did swabs of diapers downstairs, toys, flooring, correct?
Correct.
You entered and collected different items of evidence, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that on the floor in the basement living area of Stony Brook, you collected a black and purple pipe,
Yes.
and on a TV stand, a clear and white glass pipe,
Correct.
and on the TV stand in the basement, a green gem bag with a crystal powder,
Yes.
and on the TV stand in the basement, a Samsung cell phone, correct?
Correct.
Did you go with Dr. Tranquita and look around in that basement area as you come down the stairs and go to the right?
Did I go with doctor?
Yes.
He was there.
Did you walk around though to look at things?
Yes.
Did you see a black and blue Jimmy Choo bag?
Yes.
Was that on the TV stand?
Correct.
And inside of that, was there anything in there?
There was bags, and then there was some human remains in there as well.
And then did you see a pink and black Under Armour bag?
Yes.
Where did you see that?
That was on the floor next to the bed.
And when you say bed, are you talking about stacked mattresses?
Correct.
And Dr. Tranquita moved that Under Armour bag, correct?
Yes.
And he was the one that removed the contents?
Correct.
Were you there when he was doing that?
Yes.
And where was that Under Armour bag, do you know?
It was on the floor
By a dresser or a bed?
next to the mattresses on the
Okay,
floor.
thank you. And did you list all of the different things that you observed down there
Yes.
and gave them all exhibit numbers, correct?
Correct.
I think you mentioned finding a dildo, correct?
Correct.
Where was that?
I believe it was in a closet.
Okay, down in the basement?
Correct.
So if you come down the stairs, if you go to the right, would you find it, or would you find it if you went to the left?
To the right.
To the right? In a closet, was it on a shelf?
It was in a brown box, wooden box.
Okay.
On a shelf.
Was the box open or closed?
I don't recall. I think it was closed.
Okay. Did you open it? Did you open the
I
box
wasn't
to
the one
see
who
what was in it?
located it.
You located it?
I didn't locate it.
Okay.
I was informed that
Okay.
it was there.
But then you went to take a picture of it, correct?
Correct.
And did you open it to see what was inside the box?
Yes.
When you photographed it, did you take it out?
Yes.
On the mattress or on the bed, was there a cell phone on there?
Yes,
Did you label that and take a picture of that?
yes.
As far as reports are concerned, did Holly Moss do a report on the alternate light source?
Yes, she did.
On the shout bottle, did it have like charcoal on the outside of the bottle? Could you take a look
Are
at
you
that exhibit?
referencing this picture?
Yeah, that exhibit, I think it's 11. Is that charcoal or what is that?
No, that'll be fingerprint powder.
Okay, what is that? Tell me what that's for.
It's to enhance fingerprints.
To see if there's fingerprints on there?
Correct.
Okay, did you see any?
Yes.
Did you dust for fingerprints on any of these other items that have been offered in evidence, exhibits 10 through 15?
I did not dust for fingerprints this day. Forensic specialist Bailey Andre did.
Okay. Which items did she dust for fingerprints on? Do you know?
I don't know.
When you went to the off-site storage, was that on the same day on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got to Stony Brook?
I don't recall.
Was it in the morning or afternoon?
It was morning.
Morning. Were you done by noon?
No,
How long were you there, you think?
quite a few hours.
Okay, into the afternoon?
Yes,
And then after that, did you go right over to the storage unit?
we did.
And in the storage unit, there was this gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan.
Correct.
And were you told by investigators that you needed to take some photographs and look at the contents of what's inside of that minivan?
Yes,
And then you dusted for fingerprints on the van as well?
correct.
Was Specialist Andre with you when you went to the storage facility?
Correct.
So it was you, Investigator Andre, Dr. Trankita, and then some detectives?
Yes.
Who were the detectives that were there?
Detective Scanlon, Detective Cassie Pacula. There was a few others as well.
Detective Groff or not?
I don't recall.
How long were you at the storage facility looking at the contents of the van?
A few hours.
Were you done by 5 o'clock or did it go after 5? Do you
I
know?
don't recall the exact times.
It was a long day though, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there, you had to put on new PPE gear.
Correct.
And what were you told to do when you got to the storage facility?
Swab the door handles, interior and exterior, the steering wheel, search for items of interest, photograph it.
Had anybody been inside the minivan before you got there?
Not to my knowledge.
The back hatch was closed?
Correct.
When you got there, then you saw it opened?
We opened it.
Who opened it?
I believe I did.
And then take me through what you did from there, could you?
Once we processed the back of the minivan, then we went to the passenger side, or the driver side. Opened the door and I seen the crock pot box there, and we searched that and located human remains in there.
In that minivan, there was all kinds of stuff in there, wasn't there?
There wasn't too much stuff in there.
Well, there was the crock pot box, correct?
Correct.
Was there a laundry basket in there?
There was.
And then there was all kinds of other items in there, correct?
There was like a cooler in the back hatch, just some other odds and ends, but it wasn't terrible.
Clothes?
Yes.
Flag?
I'm sorry, what?
A flag?
I don't recall.
But it filled up the back of the minivan, didn't it?
For the most part, I guess.
And the minivan windows, were they tinted?
I don't recall.
But the human remains were in this crock pot box,
Correct.
and who processed that?
Dr. Tranchita removed it from the vehicle and then removed the contents from it.
You didn't touch it, correct?
I touched it initially and realized that it kind of shifted and just kind of had an instinct that there was body remains in there.
When you opened the hatch, did you know what was in that box?
The crockpot box
Yeah.
that was in the driver's side passenger, the middle seat.
Okay. Did you know what was in the box before you opened the hatch?
No.
You were surprised?
Yes.
Who did this minivan belong to? Do you know?
I don't know.
You didn't get involved in that, correct?
No.
And then when the minivan was done being processed, then you packed it up and you left?
Correct.
You and investigator Andre?
Correct.
And your title is forensic specialist, correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell me what does that mean?
We process crime scenes, process evidence that's collected by officers in our lab. We process evidence that we collect in our lab, document crime scenes.
Take samples,
Correct.
dust for prints.
Correct.
Are you fully trained to do alternate light source testing on your own?
Yes.
Why did you have Holly Mays there from Ashwaubenon then?
At the time that she had a better piece of equipment than we had, it was more up to date.
And can you tell me about that equipment quickly?
It's called a Crime Light Auto. It has a built-in camera. So for us to be able to do what she did, we would have had to photograph things with our separate camera and use flashlights to be able to identify what she was able to identify all in one.
Okay. What is the device like? What does it look like? Does it look like a flashlight or what does it look like?
It's kind of like an iPad.
Okay.
It's got a camera lens in the front.
Okay. All right. All right. Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Redirect? No. Okay, thank you. You can step down.
Okay.
All right, y'all, we are going to stop it right there. It's been 4.5 hours of listening to this, take away 45 minutes of all of my screw ups. And that leaves, you do the math, you figure it out. It's too late for me. I don't feel like figuring it out. But any hoot and a holler, guess what I found? Guess what I found, love bugs? And let me just go ahead and say, you're welcome to begin with. Let me take this down. Give me a second. I can remove both of those. Looky what I guys. Here we go. Make it as big as I can. I'll try to make it bigger over here. All right, I found the house. And for all of you that need a new house, you can buy this one right here, this house right here. You could buy it for $246,900. Now it's off the market right now, y'all. Off the market, but I bet if you go up there and you offer what, $275, it could be yours. This could be your home, you guys. All right. It's 15,005 square feet. All right. It's got 3 beds and 1 bath. It was built in 1962, y'all. This is the house that Shad lived in and where he was killed by Taylor Shabusiness. All right. I'm going to pull up the pictures. I'm going to make it bigger. Here we go. You guys zoom in, come on in, y'all. Actually, it's a cute house. It is a cute house. Sadly. Let's take a look at the pictures. Here's the front of it. This is the inside. Very small, but very quaint. Very quaint. Now remember, they didn't use, obviously, Thad did not live here during the time because, their house was just trashed when they lived here. So I'm guessing, here's what I'm thinking. Having looked up at a couple of different realtor sites, the family still owns this house. This house was last put on the market in 2018. Thad, I keep wanting to call him Shad because I knew a Shad. Thad was killed in 2022. So I'm guessing this is what it looked like when they bought it. Kitchen, little bathroom area, little den. And then here's the stairs, you guys. Now, I can't tell if this is this is, okay, so this looks like an attic, like one room up here. And then, so does it have 3 floors? Let's keep looking, because this would be the roof because it's rounded. All right, I love that. Look at me figuring stuff out that I would take out of their house. This is the basement. Now they aren't listing it as a basement, you guys. Well, they didn't back then, but I'm guessing this is what the basement area looked like whenever they moved into it. So it's probably long, kind of narrow and long. It looks like it probably has like a little seating area with a little bed attached. Maybe so. I don't know. Cute house though. Remember he said that they never use the front door. They always use the back door because that's where the cars are parked. So there's a door right here on the side of the house. I don't know if there's one in the backyard or not. Let me go back up to these back photos. Yes, there is a back door back here, you guys. So I don't know. That is the back door, right? Or is that a window? No, that's a window. Okay, so it must be the side door that they use, the side door, which would be right here. I mean, it's a cute house. There's another seating area right there. It's kind of weird to me. You guys, I think these are more than just one set of pictures added on. Yeah. I think this is more than just one set of pictures added on. I think this is a couple of sales of the house, which sometimes happens. And look at this. So this down here is where he was killed at. Let's take a look at what the house has to offer. So let's see. It was built in 1962. Look how much the price has gone up to $250 right now. Let's see when the last time it was sold. And the only reason I know that this is the listing is because they said it in court a couple of times. And then also I found a news report that showed the house, and I'll show you guys in a minute. It says what's special about this house is moved right into this cute Cape Cod, close to shopping, restaurants, and more. From the minute you pull up, you will be impressed with its bright and cheery curb appeal, updated roof and windows with a cozy backyard with a shaded overhang for your cookouts. You'll love the hardwood on the main level, the beautiful updated kitchen, and extra space in the basement to have a rec room. All right, so let's see the price history. So we know that Thad was killed in February 2022. The last time this house was sold was 10/19/18. And they sold it for $125. So I guess that's when his family bought it. And then it says it's pending sale 10/23/18. That doesn't make any sense because they've got It's just 4 days difference there. And then it was listed for sale again. Oh, okay. Okay. So I get what's happening. So they put it up for sale and it was pending sale on the 23rd. And then on the 23rd, I guess the sale didn't go through. So they listed it for sale again at 127 even. And then the same damn day they took it off the market. So interesting. Now, the only thing I can think about is if the family did sell this house, and I'm not seeing chat right now, you guys, if the family did sell this, and it's been sold since Thad died, then it would have to be, I don't know, I don't think they have to put it on here, but in the paperwork, it has to be declared that there was a murder in this house. You're supposed to declare all that stuff. So, I mean, sad. So I don't know if maybe it has sold since and they're not putting that on here because it was a house that had a murder in it. I don't know. I just don't know. But all of the realtor sites that I have pulled up all say the same thing. So do they still own it? I don't know. But check this out. Let me take this off just a minute. Hello, everybody. Hi, lunch lady. Good to see you. Let me bring this up right here. You guys check this out. So I found this as well. So this is a fundraiser, you guys, that was done. They out of the 20K that they were asking, they received 14.55. Okay, so 73% of what they were asking. This is Thad right here. I'm thinking this is his mom, and then maybe his sister. And this says, last February, as many of you know, our family suffered an unimaginable and tragic loss of Shad. Shad? Thad? I think his name was Thaddeus. But this, all right, I'm going to have to look again. I could swear it was Thad. Anyways, this week, the trial will finally begin after many delays. My cousin Tara, Shad's mother, has taken an indefinite amount of time off to be at the trial. This also comes with financial loss, and it breaks my heart for her to go through this living hell. We am hoping to help raise funds to help offset the loss of income during this difficult time. If you feel compelled to help, it is greatly appreciated. Otherwise, we humbly ask for prayers, lots of prayers, justice for Shad, and hopefully some closure and healing. So this is 2 years old, you guys. That's, I mean, for a GoFundMe, I don't know if that's what the site was, but for a GoFundMe, that's not bad to, receive 73% of what you're asking for, which is really nice. So having received this money, hopefully they have been able to move out of that house. I don't know where the hell I'm at, but I'm supposed to be on there. Not that deep. Could you guys hear me? Hello? Look up Wisconsin state laws. Good night. Good morning, Alex. Bye, Alex. Can you guys hear me? Hello? Is that the dead boy and his sister? Could you guys hear me? Okay, thank you so much. Sorry, it's hard when you're doing this and then nobody's saying anything. I don't know. But anyways, and I don't know where my picture is on this thing, but I'm scared to touch anything because I've screwed it up all night long. But anyways, I found that really, really interesting. And what I also found interesting is that they didn't change the address. Most places that have had a death, especially a death like that, like a something of that magnitude, they would definitely change the address. A lot of places will change the address just by one number, and it's not changed. Can I ask a question about the voting? Yes, Melissa, even though that voting, what voting are we talking about? Go ahead. I'm intrigued with your information and photos. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Good night, Alex. We love you. The address is 666 Business Street. What do you mean, Lunchy? Hold on, let me go up. Oh, I get it. It was a joke. Sorry. Shabusiness Street, the business street. Good to see everybody. Hi, Gina. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. It took me a minute. I'm getting tired, Lunchy. I'm getting tired. I appreciate everybody that stuck around with me. I really screwed up this live, and I'm in a lot of ways because I was trying to. What I was trying to do was figure out how creators, like on their screens, they could see like all, I always have like a lot of tabs open, then I just switch between all the tabs, and that's really easy. And I was like, let me try to put it all on one, because I've got a big computer screen. And I thought I could just have them all open and just click on the one that I want, and I could still see everything. Y'all that got me so lost, like there was, listen, I was going to make a really, really bad joke right there, but I'm not. I'm really proud of myself for not opening my mouth just now about that. But I was so lost. I'm still lost, obviously, because I can't even find my picture. So there's that. Did anybody ask about the Republican Scott? Oh, that voting. Melissa, I thought you were talking about the voting that we do on this channel for what we're doing on this channel. Honey, you got nothing when it comes to me in politics. You got nothing. I got nothing. I got nothing. Marina wants to know why the hell they're still up at 3 a.m. Listen, it's 5 here, 5 a.m. here. Eastern Standard Time. None of your business, Lou. None of your business. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate your kindness to me. I appreciate you guys just being here while I'm learning. I'm just trying to learn. All right, so here's the dealio. Let's have a dealio real quick, okay? So the dealio is I'm probably going to do a live later on today. It'll probably be 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure your bells are turned on so I could ring-a-ding-ding them and let you guys know. Let you guys know when I'm going live, but I'm almost positive that I will be live today at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, I'm not sure yet what the live is either going to be about Nancy Guthrie, or it's going to be about this Shabusiness. This Shabusiness. See, I'm getting there on the cuckoo train with y'all. I don't know yet. I need to talk to Maggie and figure out some stuff about this, and then she will probably set the live. So 3 p.m. You're welcome to Real Lunch Lady. What had happened was the English people over there, the English invasion people, they finally caught up to our time change. So the time, whenever we were doing the 4 p.m., it's because the time change is what happened. So now they're back on our group. So now we can go live at 3. Thank you so much, Katrina. You're so nice. Girlfriend, it's so good to see you in chat. It's been a minute. You're so kind to me. But anyways, it's so good to see you guys. So yeah, make sure your bells are, like I said, turned on, and look for the live later today, Eastern Standard Time, 3 o'clock. We will be going live with our co-host Maggie. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for the gifts that we're giving you guys, the membership gifts. Welcome to the Love Bugs. And regardless, if you don't make it to the live later on today, then we will be going live again, same time, same place, on the Shabusiness Trial. The Shabusiness. I feel like there should be a song made about the Shabusiness. Okay, sorry, I was into my own self there, but anywho, so between 12 and 1 Eastern Standard Time in the morning from now, we will be live again going over all this Shabusiness. Okay. All right. So love you guys so much. Thank you for being here. Lulu, member for 23 a month. We've been together longer than that because you guys helped me get to that point. This past February, it's been 2 years. I cannot believe 2 years that we've all been together. On one hand, Maggie said it best. It feels like we've all been together our whole lives, and we just been hanging out. And then on the other hand, it just seems like 2 years. Like, where did that time go? Where did it go? Thank you, Lainey, and everyone. Welcome in Chats and Lab. I'll definitely be back. Rose, we have enjoyed having you, honey. We've enjoyed having you. I've enjoyed having all of you. And Finney's got to work until 8. Well, then, Finney, we will be seeing you later tonight for some more Shabusiness that we got going on here. Miss Barbara, I love you too. Listen, all right, let's get out of here, you guys. Y'all get to sleep that need some sleep. Y'all wake up and start some coffee and start your housework for those of you that need to do that. And the rest of y'all just stay lazy all day, okay? Stay lazy. Whatever you do, be good or be good at it. Love you guys.